Would someone like to volunteer just to recap what happened last?
Big stuff happened.
Yeah.
None of it died.
Take it away, Stephen.
Oh, is he doing it now? Sorry, I interrupted.
Some good. He's telling us exactly what happened, word for word, telling us all about those guards that we scared away.
I really wanted to kill them, but I wasn't there. Not those ones. The ones that you guys had to.
The ones in town were.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to kill them too, but.
Maybe we can go back and kill them and then leave, because we are, anti-human league. Well, human league, non-human league.
Given that there was a resounding response to that, then would you like me to recap?
Yeah, that was subtle of us, wasn't it?
I'm happy to do a recap, but I'm terrible at them.
Go on, Chris. Spoil it.
So we started out having saved that wine merchant. Kind of all introduced ourselves to each other, obviously, made our way to the nearest town, which I believe was Stonemire.
Certainly was.
Excellent. That is one note that's correct. We went into Stonemire and we were going to sort of have a little look around, decided to start trying to break our way into the chapel, which is a great thing to do when you first get to town.
Oh yeah, it's the way of saying hello.
Yeah,
Why not?
Broke our way in there, scared off some guards, managed to save some people. Found out that is it the guy who runs the town?
Yeah, the Lord.
The Lord. I believe like Eoric or something.
Oh, you're so close it hurts. It's Elwyn Leofer.
Ah, Leofer. Okay. I've got IOF written down, which is not really a great name. Yeah, so we found out that he was basically going to try and take the power of the gods to ascend to godhood himself. So we decided that the best thing to do would be to have a rest. So it took a little bit longer than we needed to.
Why not?
And yeah, so we decided to make it to what was the place called, Ash, that we went to? I remember the picture.
You mean the Temple of the Gods?
Yeah, that's the one. That name that was really hard to remember.
Yeah, talking about gods.
We went to that temple devoted to the gods. I can't remember what it's called. Someone else is going to have to take this because my dinner is actually ready. So I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Upon arriving at said Temple of the Gods, we made our way in, and if I remember rightly, we encountered several traps, the first of which being the room with the false floor.
That's right.
With D7 picking his way across and other people making their way across, made the way across that. Then it was the room with the... Was it the room with the construct statue thing that we fought?
I think that was the last room you were in. Did you want me to take over and just quickly whiz through the room?
Yeah.
Okay, so you went through the circular room which had the false floor, which you managed to find your way across by leaving a little trail of crosses carved into the floor.
Yep.
The next room you went into was a dark room, and there was a brazier in the middle of the room. You managed to figure out that by lighting the brazier, the door opened, which then led you through to the next room where you encountered another brazier and a werewolf type creature. You began to fight the werewolf, but then realised that your attacks weren't actually doing any damage. And then someone had the bright idea of lighting the brazier, which caused the werewolf to revert back to his human form, thereby unlocking the door ready through to the next room. The room after was a long, thin room with some tables and chairs, and there was the god Pelor in there who challenged you to a drinking competition.
Which
Some of
stood
you
what?
were more willing to get involved with that than others. Eventually, one of you managed to drink him under the table, which
That was
then
me.
that was you, which then sent you through to the next room. I'll have to check my notes on that.
Oh, I'm back.
Hello, back.
Wasn't the next room the one with the books?
Terrible, terrible dad joke.
The next room was the one with the lightning, I think.
Oh yes, yes.
As you went
the
across
lightning.
the room and there was lightning strikes. Then you entered the room with the books, which you eventually managed to get through by finding the key and unlocking the door. After, I think it was Cersei took a bit of a hammering from the books, went unconscious and was looked after by Varric. The door then opened through to the next room, which is where you found the big construct with the blue glowing energy in its head, which you eventually managed to stop. And at that point, we stopped.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Cool. Can we officially say we had a long rest after just chilling in that room?
I think it was a
Wait.
short rest.
Yeah, I think it was short.
Yeah, I think you all actually said you were going to have a short rest anyway, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, because
Well, Barrick would have wanted a long rest, but I think everybody else wanted short, so we just went short.
I kind of wanted a long one because I've nearly depleted all my spell slots.
I got the idea that we weren't really able to have a long rest because we were in a dungeon.
Yeah.
But if we do have a long rest, then there's definitely stuff I can be doing.
You could take a long rest where you are, but you are in a temple where time kind of has no meaning, and it is unfamiliar to you with what's behind the door in front of you. You're unsure about how safe it might be to take a long rest, but the decision is ultimately.
could we not take a long rest, but in shifts, i.e., two people?
I mean, I can permanently stay on watch if you want, because I don't need to sleep.
Right, because you have the thing.
Aspect of the moon. Or whatever
Yes.
it's called. Yeah. Yeah,
But if we
pretty
were to have a
useful.
long rest, even though it would probably benefit certain members of our group, would then the big baddie actually get closer to completing his goal, and we'll struggle? This is Nathan, not Barrett, talking, by the way.
Well, I guess 8 hours in here for us is also 8 hours in here for him. Because he's in here as well. Or is
That's a fair point.
I mean, I'm okay on a short rest. I could do with a long, but if we definitely don't have time, Barrick would quite happily have a short. I just don't want to get knocked out of rage.
That's a good point, actually. I'm currently rocking some temporary hit points. If we had a long rest, would they be taken away, Mr. DM?
Yes, you would lose temporary hit points on a long rest.
Oh, that from the lightning?
Yeah.
Ah.
Get them in the lightning.
I'm currently glowing at the moment, which is quite funky.
What do you think, D7?
Well, I can just go into Sentry's rest, so I can sort of kind of rest whilst being alert enough to be on watch anyway. So, I mean, as far as my character's concerned, I can get away with it either a short or long rest. So I'm happy to go with what the rest of the party need.
I'm in the same vein as D7 for that.
Mr. DM, are we aware of how long we've been in here?
You have got no concept of time within this temple whatsoever. One moment when you're exploring, you feel like you've been in there forever, and then the next moment it feels like you've only been in there for a couple of hours. It's really difficult to get a grasp of how long you've actually been inside.
Has my armor of Agathis worn off? Because that takes an hour.
Yes, it would have worn off by now. I think you cast it right at the start of entering the temple.
Yeah, it was when Maris said she hated being a dwarf.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so that would have worn off by now. So that would give you an indication of how long you've
Been here at least an hour.
Someone can just go out and ask Steven how long we've been out.
It could have been 50 years. He may well be dead.
Oh god! He's shriveled up.
Oh Jesus!
What do you want to do? Do you want to put it to the vote as to whether you have a long rest or a short?
Sure.
So what do we need a long rest for?
I think for all the spellcasters
Yes,
and
spellcasters.
Varric's Rage.
Yeah, it is mainly for the spell slots and the rage and everything.
I am absolutely up for putting it to the test and seeing how generous of a DM Ash is.
To be honest, I'm at max,
Oh, that could be
so
fun.
other than my rage, I don't gain anything.
To be fair, I don't have spells, but I do have those 11 temporary hit points.
Hmm.
They may come in handy for any other rooms we encounter.
How many spells have Cersei and Maris got?
I've literally got 1 level 1 spell slot and 2 level 2 spell slots left.
Okay.
I'm okay with spells because my short rest recharges my reaction spells, and I'm more of a finesse fighter anyway. So I'm quite balanced.
Okay.
I'm just thinking more like in the long term, like if we do need the bigger heals for later, and I can't do that, then we're all going to be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Do you have bigger heels? Do you have bigger heels because you're a dwarf?
Yeah.
You know what they say about big heels?
Hey.
Okay, I'm going to let fate decide. I'm going to roll a d6. Odds we take an long rest, evens we take a short.
Oh, okay.
Oh God.
Uh-oh.
I like it.
Dice roll, dice roll.
It's a 6. So it's a short rest.
Okay, that's cool.
Okay.
Everyone happy with that?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, in that case, using the hit dice you want to use or regain any slots that you might get back on a short rest. And then we'll... So hopefully you can all see the circular room now on your screens. I think everyone's token is in there, but I can't see Cersei. So
Okay, hold.
Cersei, can you just drag yourself back into that room? Unless, of course, Maripos is on top of you, which is...
At this stage,
No, for once I'm not.
I see a black screen. Is that right?
Try and move in the
You need to drag your token
okay.
on inside whoever's drawing that lovely blue circle for you.
That would be me.
Got it. Okay.
You're doing a Maripos. You're on three people.
Oh no.
So
You've already had-
you see everything all right. Everyone can see the map. Nobody's got any problems with connection or anything.
no, it's all good for me.
Yeah, I'm good.
All good, yeah.
Okay, so Maripos, you're stood at that door, which has unlocked, but you haven't opened yet. What would you like to...
Well, I spent part of the short rest carving a symbol into the door, and then I open it.
You're just going to crack it open, yeah?
Yeah, I think I did listen at it last week, but
Can you remember what, if anything, I told you? Because I can't.
I think you said there was a fire. I could hear a fire behind it.
Yeah, that
Yes,
sounds right.
that does ring a bell, actually, now you say it.
I think
Excellent.
there was a
Okay, yeah, so
crackling
you can-
fire.
Absolutely. So just to be clear, you definitely want to open this door, yeah?
I mean,
Sure.
yeah, why not? We've had a short rest.
So the door opens, the corridor extends ahead of you. Floating in air, you see another one of those mystical ghostly figures which seems to crop up every now and again around here. But this one is dressed in fine clothes, just holding a lute and is playing a silent.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Can I roll to see if I recognise the tune?
You can, but it is a silent song. So in other words, he's
Alright.
playing the lute,
Yeah,
but no
yeah,
noise
yeah.
is coming.
I recognise the tune by silence. Yeah, it's great.
Sounds
I mean,
of
that's
Um,
one
silence.
hell of a
To be
musical
fair,
ear you've got.
It's
I was
silent.
going to say, if you know, like, the notes that he's playing, you could probably recognise it through that.
Nah, I can't. Coulon can't play an instrument, so yeah.
Is he singing?
Yeah, his mouth is moving, although no sound is coming out.
Can I make out what the words are as a semi-professional singer myself?
Yeah, you can make a perception check if you like.
Roll for lip reading.
Yeah, I deserved that too. This is a bullshit
can't
roll to
cover
make.
Despite your best efforts, you watch its mouth move, but it seems to twist in unnatural shapes, and you can't figure out what words are coming out.
Perhaps I could try, as my hearing is slightly enhanced compared to organics.
Ooh.
Yeah, you can certainly give it a go. You can make a perception check as well.
18.
But despite your enhanced hearing, all it confirms is that there is absolutely no noise coming from that figure whatsoever. And in fact, all you do hear is you kind of reinforce Maripos's original protection of
Sorry.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, sorry, Yoda's out up and about again. I do apologise.
it's good to know. You also hear the crackling fire.
I
So-
hear nothing other than fire.
So there's no sound coming from this figure, but we can hear a fire from somewhere.
Yeah, you can hear a crackling fire coming on from sort of further within or beyond the hall and beyond.
I'm going to cast Armor of Agathis on myself again.
Maripos.
And then I'm going to just start walking down through the ghost like we did through the last one that we saw.
Okay.
Varric will follow close behind. He's just curious why all
As
these
you
don't
walk
things.
through that ghost Maripos,
Yes.
you feel kind of a sense of joy and elation fills you, a happiness that you've not felt for a long time. You get an inspiration dice, a D8, which you can use in the same way that you would if you had bardic inspiration cards.
Amazing.
Ooh.
Awesome.
Oh, Varric's right up there. I see you thinking about it.
Varric does the same. Assuming that Maripos seems to have walked through quite happily, Varric will just come behind.
Just remind me of your alignment, please.
Varric?
Yeah.
I think he was chaotic neutral.
Okay. So as you walk through that figure, and you get a feeling of dread that fills your body, and rather than given the inspiration that Maripos has, the next skill check you make, you'll make with disadvantage.
Oh, joys.
Is he's going to walk around the ghost? Is there space to walk around it?
Unfortunately not. You can only go through it. The corridor is only 5 feet wide, so it's not wide enough for you to go around.
Damn it. I want to change to spider, but I don't want to waste that wild shape.
You really don't want to go through that ghost.
No, I don't want to.
Are you evil?
I am.
Oh my god.
Is there any sort of discernible effect on the people walking through this spirit?
There's nothing you can see. It's very much about how they feel.
I'm now singing.
Right. Okay. So the only okay.
Varric turns back, looks at this the ghostly figure and kind of just takes a step back from it and is a bit like, unnice, unnice.
I don't know what you're talking about, Varric. I thought it was quite nice.
Turns back to Maripos and just looks at him quizzically, almost like, what? And Varric's like, not nice. No.
I'm just like mouthing to the others. It's fine.
I guess I gotta walk through it, don't I?
Well, if Maripos would move along a bit.
No.
Never.
You can move through friendly characters. Oh, Cersei's just gone straight through the ghost.
Yep.
But again, Cersei, just to make sure.
Lawful evil.
Ooh, evil. Oh dear.
Ooh.
So you go through this ghostly figure, and it chills your blood, which is a sensation as a tiefling which you're not really used to at all. It's very unnatural for you. You will make the next skill check with disadvantage. You also take, bear with me, 3 points of cold damage.
Ooh,
Ooh.
that's
So, do
killing.
you look like you're in pain?
Sure. DM, do I look like I'm in pain?
You took hit points, so it's going to hurt.
Varric
How
kind of
many-
grabs you with his giant hand, pulls you forward, and then looks back at Maripos and goes, unnice! And then kind of points at Cersei.
I'm still just whistling.
Also, DM, I will most definitely not make anything at disadvantage because I cast guidance at myself. I have guidance for
Disengage.
1 minute.
Yeah, no, that's cool. That's one way around.
Disengage my,
How many hit points did I lose?
disengage my emotion algorithms.
So Cersei, that was 3 hit points. D7, I think you just said you're going to try and erase your emotion.
Yeah, disengage emotional algorithms.
I didn't even know you had them switched on.
Oh my god.
That is duly noted. I'm waiting to. There we go. What's
Big
your
data.
alignment, D7?
I'm chaotic neutral.
You step through the ghost with absolutely no feeling going through your body whatsoever. You step through completely unaffected.
Holy shit.
I'm going to turn to Maris and say, I think it's your turn.
Aye, laddie. I think you might be right. And I just say a quick prayer to Bane and walk through the ghost.
What's your alignment, Maris?
Lawful good.
As you sort of hold your breath as you step through it, seeing how Cersei came out the other side in pain. But you experience a similar kind of elation to what Maripos felt, and you will make your next skill check with it.
Ooh.
Seeing this, Coulon will walk forward. He will clasp his hands together in front of him, take a very slow, deep breath in and a very slow, deep breath out, and just walk through the spirit.
Ash, I'm really sorry. My Discord cut out, so I didn't get a word of what you said.
Okay, no problem. We'll back to that just a second then. Bear with 2 seconds alone.
No, that's fine.
You took a deep breath, stepped through the spirit, and
Yep.
a sense of elation filled your body in very much the same way I did with Maripos. You will make the next ability check you make with advantage.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh, that was Maris.
Yeah, that was for Maris. Sorry.
We're just
sorry.
recapping Maris's one.
Oh, sorry, my fault.
So I'll have it back.
Cologne, you're dead.
Yeah, let it close. It's over.
Are you going through it?
Yes.
Go on then.
If my token, there we go.
There you go. What's your alignment?
Guess. Basically, there's 3 of us in this party now.
Well, you must be lawful.
Chaotic neutral.
Oh, chaotic neutral. Okay. So you step through the ghost, and you sense something a little bit different. You kind of this song just fills your mind. It fills your head. And the sort of course of the song, you experience a whole range of emotions that you've not felt before. I'd like you to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Wisdom save. Okay.
Ooh.
That's 21.
Very nice. So the lasting image that song puts in your head is of a huge smiling face next to a frowning horned face. You experience the benefits of the same benefits, that Maripos and Meris had. You can make your next skill check with advantage. But that image of that smiling face next to a frowning horned face is really burnt into your mind, and it's really sort of prominent. With that, the ghostly figure turns back towards you, takes a bow, and then flies back through the door you just came in.
Well, that was very bizarre. And I describe what I just saw to the rest of the party.
Meris, you can make a religion check and see if you can decipher that image.
I can. 19.
There you go.
That'll do. You recognise the description that Cologne gives as the symbol of Corellon, who is the god of the arts, performance, acting, music, those kinds of things.
Okay. Right, laddie, that's perfectly natural. You've been blessed by the Lord Kalon. He is the patron saint of the arts and performance and things like that.
How strange. I've never had any interest in music before.
The gods work in mysterious ways, laddie, as you may one day learn. But take this blessing and go with it.
Fair enough. I will process that, I suppose. And he sort of bows his head and sort of looks a bit, not confused, but a bit out of sorts, because not his wheelhouse.
Okay, cool. What are we doing going forward then, guys? You've got Maripos at the front.
I was just going to listen at the door.
Okay, yeah, make a perception check.
That is a 16.
Okay, so putting your ear to the door, you hear the roar of the fire even more clearly than you heard it before. You're pretty certain that there's some kind of fire behind.
Okay. I'm going to just move to the side slightly and just say, Varric, do you want to go first?
Varric kind of just looks at you and shrugs his shoulders and goes, okay, okay.
I'm so sorry.
And Varric kind of just opens the door.
Send in the meat wall.
Okay, no problem. So the door opens, and in the middle of the room, there's a man dressed in fine clothes with a good quality writing desk behind him. There's a roaring fire over to the north side of the room, a bearskin rug on the floor, and a comfortable-looking couch. Welcome. Prolong extends their greeting to you. In order to pass, though, I must be entertained. I bid you all please enter my room.
Cersei, that's me. Varric will kind of walk up
Holy
to
crap!
Varric will walk up to this figure and just stare at him.
I'm definitely sitting on the sofa.
Okay, as you all enter the room, the door slams shut behind you. Oh, hang on, Cologne's not in there yet.
Yeah, I think my roll 20 is a bit on the drag, so I'm having to catch up.
There you go, I'll put you in the room.
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, so the door slams shut behind you, and the figure goes over to his desk and sort of leans against it, and he says, "The lusty entertainer, from you fine travellers, I require a passage of writing, a passage of rhyme and poetry, and on the proper presentation of such, I shall let you through. And remember, you have all the time in the world."
So this guy wants us to write something. Okay. Let's see. Is Varric stupid enough?
Where
Varric will walk up to the desk where he's standing and pick up the quill.
Okay, that's fine. As you pick it up, it is the most exquisitely crafted quill in the world. You couldn't find a finer writing quill if you tried, all of which would be completely lost on you.
Completely. He'll just look at it and goes, shiny. And Varric will grasp it like he doesn't know how to hold a pen, and on the piece of paper will just write his name wrong. Completely and utterly incorrect. He gets the V bit right, but the rest of it, he kind of just puts his hand on the paper and just kind of pretends he's writing.
M
He
says
looks
he's
really
lost.
He looks really proud. He'll put the quill down. He'll pick up the piece of paper and he'll just show it to the guy with a big smile, going, "Done."
The man takes the piece of parchment off you. He looks at it and studies it very carefully, as though he's trying to find some kind of hidden meaning, before patting you on the head and congratulating you on such an achievement, but suggesting that you work with your peers to find something a little bit more.
He pats me on the head. This would be interesting.
It's not so much a pat. It's more kind of a ruffle of the hair. It's quite patronising.
Fair enough. Varric completely oblivious to this guy being patronising, and a bit curious on how we managed to reach his head. He turns around with a big smile, looks back at the party and goes, "Done! Look, we go!" And then heads towards the door and tries to open it.
The figure turns to you and says, "I require something a little more eloquent than the presentation you..."
can I?
D7 approaches the desk, takes the quill, and then in a blur of motion writes a series of ones and zeros.
Oh my god.
I missed what you did with it after you wrote the ones and zeros.
He hands it across and says, "This is a piece of art."
The figure looks at the writing and looks back at you and apologises and says, "Oh, I'm sorry, perhaps I wasn't clear. It must be in written in a hand that I can understand."
Kulon looks down at himself and removes the painting supplies from his pouch, walks over and just starts drawing a picture of himself kneeling outside a temple and says, "That's a representation of me."
The figure takes it from you and studies it at great length and nods approvingly before stroking the short pointed beard at his chin. Says, this is a piece of art that will please the Lord Corellon, but will not allow you to pass." With that, he scrunches your picture up and throws it into the fire. As the picture hits the fire, a burst of green flame springs forward and projects your picture onto the wall, and it materializes into an actual painting, the full scale of the southern wall of the room that you're in.
Well, that's impressive. And I mean the picture.
When that happens, I'm immediately going to run over and scribble the logo for the symbol for my god onto the paper and then hand it to him.
What does the symbol look
do
like?
mine. So it is almost like a bullseye target. It's 4 concentric circles and then 12 dots around, like spaced out around the outside.
Okay, presumably then hand it.
Yep.
He takes it off you. He looks at it before looking at you in a very confused way. And tells you, I can't make out to whom this symbol relates. It looks like it may pay homage to Pella, or perhaps Elphus, but certainly not to Corellon. This will not do. You cannot pass with such an attempt.
I just look really downhearted.
Barrett kind of mutters, "God."
Mr.
DM. You go first.
What is on that desk?
So on that desk is an inkwell, a quill, some parchment, and an empty bowl.
An empty bowl?
Yeah, it's just a silver and gold bowl that is literally sat empty on the desk.
Okay. No. Go on, Cersei.
DM, what did he want us to do? Sorry, he wanted us to write something on the parchment, right?
Yeah, he said he requires a passage of writing from you that rhymes and is poetry, and on the proper presentation of such, he shall let.
Does it have to? It has to rhyme. Damn it.
I think I've got it. So Maris is going to go over to the table.
Cologne will move out of the way because he senses the dwarf has had an idea.
And because he writes, what was the name of the god of the arts again?
Corellon.
Corellon. And he begins to write. Actually, give me another minute. I need to work it out.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, the figure walks across the room and sits next to Maripos on the sofa, and offers you a small wooden goblet full of wine.
I drink it, disheartened.
It just tastes like seawater.
Oh, I chug it.
Looks across you, says, "More?
Yes.
Very well, then drink while we wait for this magnificent poetry to manifest itself."
I drink
And without
so
even
much seawater.
moving a muscle, it just...
This is probably the best part of the whole trip so far for Maripos.
Barrick's kind of still looking really confused and not annoyed, but a bit perplexed on why his beautiful writing of his name wasn't accepted as poetry. Not that he even knows what poetry is.
So after Maris thinks about it for a second, he gets the parchment and he writes down this poem. To my lord Corellon, my group must carry on. Let us pass, my lord, we ask, to save the world from evil unforetold.
The figure stands and applauds, and the applause gets louder and louder until it's nearly deafening. And as quick as it began, the figure disappears from your sight, and you hear a click as the door through to the next room.
Yes!
Is the goblet still here? Or is it gone?
All I care about
the wooden goblet is still in your hands. When you drink the next mouthful of that seawater, it won't fill back up.
Oh.
I just throw the cup into the fire.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what an English and creative writing degree gets you.
Cologne will bend down and say, Master Dwarf, I am very impressed.
Ugh, I didn't know I had it in me, to be honest. It just sort of came out of nowhere.
The greatest moments in life come out of nowhere.
I agree with you there, my lad. Now, shall we get a move on?
That's a
Barrett
good-
nods and puts his ear to the door.
There is no. Oh, sorry. Make a perception check first. Just in...
I'm guessing disadvantage because of the skill check thingy.
absolutely.
Oh, you would, wouldn't you? A natural 20 and a 6.
Oh no!
That's annoying as hell. So let me just perception.
It gives, it takes away.
Perception 4. That makes it a 10 in total.
Mighty 10. You put your ear to the door, not really sure what you're expecting, but you don't hear a single.
He opens the door.
Okay, so the door swings open and a corridor extends directly ahead.
Start walking.
Okay, as you get to that corner, you look up the corridor and you see a ghostly figure dressed in black robes clutching a pointed.
Baron, instinctually seeing the dagger, pulls out his axe and, kind of shaking his head like he doesn't want to do this, he just steps through.
Steps through the ghost.
Yeah, steps through to get past.
Okay, and as you move up the ghost, I'm just going to slide you back to there.
Yep.
The ghost very much has a physical form and makes an attack against you with the dagger as you try and move through it.
Okay.
Mr. DM,
But misses. Yes.
Okay.
as I leave the room, I would like to take the inkwell and the paper with me.
Okay, yeah. Scoop them up, add them to your inventory.
Cool, thank you.
So this thing has taken an unprovoked attack at Varric.
Yep.
Varric's going to swing back.
Okay, make an attack roll.
Okay. He's more confused than angry, so he's not raging because that would be, waste. Yeah. Okay. Natural 1.
Oh man.
What weapon were you using to make that attack? Was it your great axe?
Yes.
Okay, so you bring the great axe down over your head, and it goes straight through the figure, as though it's not there, smashing into the stone ground underneath, and your axe head explodes into 1,000 pieces.
Oh my god.
Your great axe is now no more than a glorified walking stick.
Oh shit!
1 second.
he's got to scream.
It's gonna go shit like ah!
Unfortunately, Varric at this point, seeing his beloved weapon that he's had for a long time explode, he rages.
Well, yeah.
And
Well,
he
yes.
basically punches and tries to rip into the thing in front of him, even if it might even be there. But he's basically going full on aggression.
Cool, make yourself an attack roll.
Well, and I am not using. He's not going to use any weapons. He's just going to try and punch. So it's probably not going to go well. Oh my god, that's stupid. Am I proficient with my own fist?
Yeah, go on.
Well, I rolled a natural 19, so that's 24.
Awesome, roll damage.
Rage damage. So my strength is 3 and raging is +2 at the moment, I think. So that'll be 5.
Okay, so you lay into this ghostly figure, and with every punch you make, you feel it feels like skin and bone breaking and giving way under your fists. The figure moves back and slams against the wall before it slumps down, apparently dead, in the corner of the room. Or the corridor, sorry.
1 second.
Does it look
Yeah,
dead to
Varric's
all of
stupid.
us?
Varric's going to carry on. He's incredibly angry.
Okay, make another attack roll.
Is Kulan close enough to hear this?
From where you're stood, you would hear Varric getting very upset, but wouldn't necessarily be able to see what's going on.
Okay, I'm pushing my way
Eric's
forward.
making a lot of noise as well, as in growling and shouting. Not making much.
Kulan's pushing his way forward to see what's going on because that's a sound he doesn't like. He's heard it before.
Varric rolled a 13 in total.
Okay, so you've hit, just roll damage.
That would be 5 again, strength and rage.
Okay, so you continue to lay into this ghostly figure, but as Kulon turns the corner and looks at what's going on, what you see is Varric punching a stone wall. You can't see anything in front of him whatsoever.
What?
Okay, I'm going to try and stop Varric. I'm going to try and restrain him. I know he's raging, but...
You're going to try and restrain someone who's raging?
Make an athletics check then.
Yeah.
Varric, you can make a strength save, or an strength save's fine.
Yeah, I can do a strength save. Do I still get advantage because I'm raging?
Yeah, you will have advantage.
Hang on, would I get advantage on that roll?
For what reason?
For the thing I got from the ghost just now.
Oh, of course. Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
You might need it because I rolled a 19 and a natural 20, which makes 25.
Yes,
Jesus.
12 ain't going to do anything.
So as you try and grab hold of Varric to stop him, rather than stopping him, what he actually ends up doing is throwing you across the corner of the hallway, and you slam up against the locked door, which leads through to the next room. You still can't see anything in that corner, though. There's still nothing there.
Do I take any damage from it?
No, sorry, no damage.
No. I'm going to try and reason. Varric, stop!
Can you do persuasion, please?
Yeah, absolutely. To make a persuasion check.
12?
And what do I roll against it?
Make a wisdom save.
Wisdom save. Bloody hell. That's a 16, so that's 18.
He's ignoring me.
Varric's going to go for another round of punching and probably go reckless at this point. He's very angry.
Hold on. Cersei's she's gonna burn a wild shape. She's gonna change into a constrictor snake, and she's gonna try and grapple. Like she's gonna wrap around Varric just to grapple him, so that Kulon can actually talk him down.
Okay, so make an athletics check, Varric, make a strength save.
16 and 17, which makes 22.
It's at disadvantage, right?
Yeah, this is your first skill check, isn't it? So it will be disadvantage.
So this, my guidance is gone because it's 1 minute, correct?
Yeah, it would have worn off by now.
Come on. I rolled. Oh, okay. So I have a 12. So I got 17 and 12. What was the athletics? Fuck.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, that was a roller coaster of emotions there.
Then it's a -1, so that's 11.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're not strong enough to hold Varric back, and he throws you backwards from the way that you came, before laying into that ghostly figure in the corner of the corridor. Make your attack roll.
I'm going reckless.
Oh, God.
Oh, we might be calming down. We might be getting there. I rolled a 2 and a 6, which makes 11 in total.
Okay, so as far as you're concerned, you've missed this figure altogether, and it's not taking any damage, whether you missed it because you were too worked up or for another reason that might not even be there. Who knows? But it doesn't appear to take any damage from you at this point.
Right. As Kaloin's in front,
remains in the corner of the corridor, apparently to you, dead and lifeless and not moving.
So as I missed completely, what as Kaloin's in front, what he can see is Varric almost crying at this point. he's so angry that he's actually started to cry, which is very rare for him. And as he misses, he kind of just collapses onto the side and sits there, and keeps like as an angry person would, that he keeps slamming to the side of what caused an aggression, and he's sitting next to this thing, just occasionally swinging at it, surrounded by broken great axe, and he's not happy.
Has his great axe actually shattered, or is that another illusion that only Varric has seen?
No, his great axe is shattered. He smashed it into the stone floor, which broke it.
Cologne's going to walk up to Varric, crouch down, so he doesn't have to move that far. Withdraw one of his guitars and say, "My friend, it is not your blade, but this might help," and hand it to Varric.
What blade are you trying to give him?
The guitar, the punch dagger. I've got 2 of them, and they're fitted for my hands, so they'll probably fit in Varric's hands.
Yeah, that works from my point of view.
So basically, you've got a punch dagger, so at least you can do some damage.
Varric kind of looks at you. He doesn't take it
Mm-hmm.
from you, but he does stand up and, not looking at anybody, just walks over to the door.
Okay.
It's at this point you realise, Varric, for the first time, that figure has actually gone. And your knuckles and your fists are cut and bruised, and they do hurt. Not to the point where it's going to affect any sort of attack rolls or anything like that. But it does make you question your own sanity as to whether that thing was actually there.
Okay.
Did you say you walk over to the door?
Yeah. He doesn't bother listening, he just opens it.
He's going to open it.
Yeah.
Can I pick up the remains of the great axe on my way?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just add that to your inventory.
Yeah.
Who's first in that next room then?
That'd be Varric, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Varric walks in.
Okay, as you step foot into this room, you realise the floor is coated with a thick layer of fresh crimson red blood. The room is empty apart from a couple of torches burning on the walls, and 3 robed figures stand in front of you. You notice on the ceiling there is a symbol of a claw with pointed talons that looks like an eagle's claw, which is sort of carved into the stonework.
Varric's going to ignore them all and just walk to the side so that everyone else can come in.
Oh shit! Sorry,
Hey,
DM.
look.
I was a constrictor snake. I should have added my strength for the snake, right?
Yeah. What would you have got?
Fuck. +2! I would have gotten 15 though.
That still wouldn't quite have been enough, but it's a good
Reminder.
Maris, as you walk into this room and you see that symbol on the ceiling, you immediately recognise it to be the symbol of Bane.
It's my boy!
The 3 figures in the room kind of converge upon where you're standing, and the one over to the eastern side there turns to you and addresses you and says, "Brother of Bane, welcome to the shrine dedicated to our Lord. Prove to us that you are worthy of his title."
I get down on my knees and it's just like, "This is a great honor. I will gladly do in my Lord's service." What
The
would
figure
you have
looks to you again and reiterates, "Show us that you are truly worthy of our Lord's blessing."
Okay. In that case, I'm going to get out my smithing tools and get out the great axe, and I'm going to start fixing it.
Okay.
At this point, Cersei is gonna go just round very to and fro, and then eventually coiling up on his feet, just to show that she's not hostile. She hisses a bit, but you can see that her eyes are the same gold color as her normal tiefling eyes.
The sight of his blood brings memories flooding back to D7 of his past life. His eyes flare red and he turns to these robed individuals and asks, whose blood is this?
The one stood towards the south, just there in the room, turns towards you and says, Warforged, do you know where this blood has come from? This is the blood of people who have been killed in the acts of war across the many, many planes. This is the blood of the innocent that stains the blades of those who march to war under political and religious banners. People who carry out killings, as you will know all too well.
At that point, he shies away slightly.
Huh.
So, Maris, you're repairing this great axe. Just describe to me how you're going about.
So I'm essentially gonna reforge. Before I do anything else, I'm just gonna quickly turn to one of the robesmen and may I please have a forge? Can I please obtain a forge from you so I may do my work?
The same one who addressed you before looks to you and says, all of the tools that you need to carry out the task for which you are so admirably doing are here in this room with you. Prove to us you are worthy of the Lord of War.
Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna get all of the pieces down onto the ground, all in one place, and then I'm going to cast Sacred Flame on it, so as it's to meld the pommel and the shaft back with the metal part of the axe, so it all like reconnects. And then I want to try and like manipulate it a little bit so it's a bit more sturdier for Varric.
Okay, so this would be a skill that you've learned. So just make a straight intelligence roll.
Yeah. Do I get advantage on this because of the?
You won't get advantage, but you can add your proficiency.
Cool. That is 18.
Okay, so you begin hammering into this flame, and you can see the metal glowing red hot and starting to come together. It's going to take a little while for you to be able to hammer this back into some kind of an axe shape. But you can keep going at it if you want.
Yeah, I'm going to keep going.
Okay, make a second roll.
It's another 18.
Okay, so again, you start to come more together. One of the three people in the robes move to stand around D7. One of them turns to you and says, these tools of war must be completed quickly, otherwise your friends will suffer the same fate which they have imposed upon other innocent people.
Okay.
Cologne will move forward and say, Master Dwarf, is there anything I can do to help?
I need someone to hold the axe more still so I can concentrate on the fire.
I will take my hands and grasp the shaft of the axe and place.
I'll be
You can
casting
make this roll with advantage, Maris, if you want to. Now you're having help from.
Okay, I'm just gonna go to Kelowna, just to warn you, lads. I will try and not burn you. I promise you that. But just need to keep still, okay?
Colon's eyes close. He takes a deep breath in and goes, I am ready.
I just rolled a natural 20.
Yes!
Nice.
Awesome. So the hammer blow comes down and smashes into the axe, sending a spray of this red blood out in all directions. As you do, you finally see all the parts of that axe head meld together in perfect shape. You lift the axe high and look at your masterpiece, and proud of what you've managed to achieve in the name of Bane.
I take the axe over to the robed men and get down on my knee, and it's like, with our Lord Bane as my witness, does this satisfy your request?
One of the figures walks over to you, takes the axe from your hands and turns it over before taking a step back to where he stood. He looks at one side and then the other and just kind of tests how hot the metal is, and it's just starting to cool to a point now where it's hardened a little bit. He turns towards you and says, "The Lord Bane will be pleased with this weapon once it has finally ended life," and swings at D7.
Okay.
Shit,
D7, what's your armor class, please?
15.
Okay, so you see it coming and you manage to step out of the way. I need everybody to roll initiative.
Ooh.
Ah.
Oh no!
It's not really paying much attention to anything. Do I roll with disadvantage?
You've already made one check of disadvantage, haven't you?
Yes, I have. But I'm just thinking, as Varric's not really in the mood to talk or do anything.
No, it's all right. It's been a fair few minutes now. You can roll normally.
Maris got a 13.
So you got 13.
14 for me.
Okay, Maripos?
A big old 3.
Oh, steady. D7?
15.
Nice. Stacy? Was
13.
I feel like I'm missing somebody. Let's just go down the list. So I've got D7 was 15, Culain was 14, Maris was 13, Cersei was 13, and Maripos was 3. That's everyone, isn't it?
Varric.
No, Varric, that's what I'm missing. Varric, what did you get?
I rolled a natural 1, so 2.
Wow.
To be fair, that's
Wow!
Okay, D7, you've got the initiative. What would you like?
D7 is feeling the shame of his past, and the words of these rogues individuals moved him. He accepts that he must pay for his past. He sheathes his weapons and asks that the others be spared if he sacrifices himself.
Okay, that's fine. We'll see what reaction that yields when it's their turn to act. Is there anything else you'd like to do as part of your turn, or is that?
No, I stand there with my weapons are sheathed.
Okay. Culain, I think, has just nipped off for a second. Unless...
No, he's just nipped off.
Okay, we'll come back to him then. Maris.
I'm gonna swiftly move over to D7, and I'm gonna have my shield out, ready to defend him if any of them try to attack.
Okay. Anything else?
I just called to them, and I was just like, whilst I wish nothing but my Lord's prayer and wisdom, I cannot allow you to hurt my friends.
The man turns to you and says, "Then you will suffer their fate."
Very well.
Culain,
I believe.
right. So, what did I miss?
Nothing. We just kind of skipped your turn, and we'll come back to you now. So, what would you like to do? Basically, Maris has stood over D7, who has accepted his fate.
If there is combat to be done, I suggest it is one-on-one with me.
Who are you addressing with that?
The cloaked figure who spoke last.
Okay, make a persuasion roll.
Natural 20.
Awesome. The figure turns and steps away from D7 towards you and says, "There is no honor in war, but I will fight you one-on-one as you wish. Make your best strike, Goliath."
Okay. I will attack him
I'm
with
not
my
allowed
guitar.
you to fight on my behalf.
So that again, D7 wasn't very
Yeah.
clear.
I cannot allow you to fight on my behalf.
I'm not fighting for you. I'm fighting for me. And I attack.
Okay, make an attack roll.
That will be a 20, but not natural.
That's a hit. Damage.
That will be 4 points of slashing damage. I'm
Yeah,
going to follow that up with an unarmed strike.
okay.
And that's a natural 20.
Nice.
So that will be 8 plus 2. So that's 10 points of bludgeoning damage.
Very nice, yeah.
And then I'm going to spend a key point. And I'm going to do flurry of blows.
Nice.
Absolutely, sounds good.
Nice.
Oh, shit.
So here we go. That's a 19.
That's also a hit.
19. So strike is 1d4. So that's only 3 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And my last attack, that will be a 16.
That's a hit.
And that will be another 4 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay, so this guy is pretty beaten and bruised. He is standing just about, but he's not looking in particularly good shape. Is there anything else from Killan?
Well, because I attacked with my Kenzie weapon, my armor class has now gone up to 16.
Okay, cool. It's good to know. Okay, so the guy who you're fighting staggers backwards just about catching his footing, before bringing his hands together, and this ball of green energy starts to form before flying out towards you.
Fair enough.
It hits you, and as it does so, you start to feel your life energies being drained away from your body. You take 18 points of necrotic damage.
Jeez.
Would that be a ranged spell attack?
It is.
In that case, I am going to reduce the damage I take by 1d12 plus my constitution.
Oh, yeah.
6. Con save. So that reduces it by 8.
Okay, so that's 10 points of necrotic damage then.
Okay, so you see the energy hit Cologne. It's hurt him, but not very much, because it's just got rid of temporary hit points, not real ones.
Excellent. That sounds good. So the other two that are currently stood either side of D7 with Mara stood over the top, they do exactly the same thing. This ball of green energy starts to form in their hands, and they directly target Maris as they can't get a clear shot to D7. What's your AC, Maris?
17.
Okay, the first one misses. They both miss, and you manage to fend off these balls of energy before they cause any real damage. Which means it's now Maripos' turn.
Sweet. I am gonna move to the side of this guy, and I'm gonna. Is he wearing anything made of metal?
No, he's wearing all leather.
Cool. Then I will. I will use primal savagery. So I just sharpen my teeth into like the shark's maw and just bite into him.
Yeah, cool, mate. Is that Coral?
That is a 15.
That's a hit.
Cool. He takes 1d10. Brilliant. He takes 1 point of acid damage.
Whoa!
Calm down, Maripos.
Oh, that's gonna hurt me in the morning.
Maripos, wasn't it you who had the point of the bardic inspiration?
I did, yeah.
Yeah.
That was you. Okay, no, that's fine. I'm just gonna remember.
Yep.
Okay, no problem. Cersei?
So these two guys, are they very engaged with Maris and D7?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I sneakily sneak all the way to this guy here?
Yeah, okay, make a quick stealth check for me, just in case.
No whammies. That is. Oh man, come on! I'm not rolling good.
You know what it is before you die. That's the problem.
I got an 11.
Oh no!
It's good enough. They don't notice you.
Okay, so I'm gonna sneak here, and I'm gonna try to grapple this motherfucker over here.
Okay, make an athletics check.
Come on. Okay, that's not too bad. Okay. That's a 12.
Unfortunately, it's not quite enough. As you wrap your arms around this man to try and grapple him, he throws you free and turns his attention toward
Is grappling a movement or an action?
Action.
an action.
Action. Also,
Okay,
since when do snakes have arms?
I mean, she just coils around the guy on the legs or something. I don't know how snakes work.
I forgot you were.
I mean, it's your wild shape. You can have arms if you want.
Multi-armed
weird.
shape.
Still like
fun, I
half a
just
wild
heard, like-
shape.
I just heard like wrapped her arms around him, and I'm like, wait, when did snake grow arms? What?
Just like a yuan tea. Just half snake.
Ah.
Awesome.
That should-
Okay,
That's my action. Yeah.
is that Cersei done?
Yep, she's done.
Okay, cool. Varric?
Barrick will kind of uses his arm to wipe some snot and some tears away. Pull out both of his hand axes, and as they are light, is it possible for me to throw one using my action at this guy? And is it possible for me to use my bonus action to throw the other one at this guy?
You can, don't forget the one with bonus action, they'll be made with disadvantage.
Okay, that's cool. So I'll do the action one at him first.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, okay. That's an 8. That completely misses.
Yeah, that's a miss, unfortunately.
And I'll use the bonus action to throw the other one at him. Disadvantage. Oh, that was a 12 and a 4, so 9.
Also a miss, I'm afraid. So the axes fly across the room, but miss their targets completely.
Oh no!
And with my movement, I'm going to walk and stand right there.
Okay, lovely. We're back to D7.
Somewhat moved and touched by the fact that his companions have stepped in to protect him, even though he was willing to sacrifice himself. A small trickle of lubricant leaks from his eye socket. His eyes flare red. His eyes flare red in anger at the fact that these people would dare attack his friends. He unsheathes his weapons and he lays into this guy. I'm guessing I can do a sneak attack, see if Maris with me.
You can. You will need to move one square, though, before you can stand up, because Maris is currently sort of stood over the top. Yeah, that's where you can attack on the diagonal. Is it the top one or the bottom one you're going for?
Top.
Okay, yeah, make your attack roll.
22.
That is absolutely a hit.
That was a lot of dice.
That was
So it's
scary.
60, yeah. So it's only 3, but they're D6s. So that's 16.
16 points of damage off him. Yeah, so he's still standing. He's not down, but he's a little bit shocked and taken aback, not expecting you to.
Can I use one point of inspiration to attack again?
So inspiration allows you to make an attack or a roll with advantage.
All right.
Is there anything else from DC?
No, I'll just take another step. Or I get my movements kind of like behind him.
Yeah, you've got plenty of movement left to go up to there. Okay, lovely. Cologne.
I'm going to attack the guy in front of me with my guitar again.
Did you say guitar or
No,
guitar?
guitar.
Guitar.
Guitar check.
Yeah, I whip out my lute, play the song, and hit it.
Just twat him round the face.
I've never played a bard. That'd be quite funny.
I thought you'd been inspired by the previous room for a second there.
Yeah.
No problem.
Oh my god.
I'm assuming a 6. No, a 10 doesn't do anything.
Unfortunately, that is a miss. The 10 doesn't quite hit.
In that case, I'm going to headbutt him with my bonus action.
Go for it.
Sweet.
17.
That is a hit.
Awesome. So that's an unarmed strike. 5 points of bludgeoning damage.
Awesome. So you, it's quite impressive to see because you're considerably bigger than this guy. So you kind of drop to one knee and thrust your head forward at the same time. Your forehead making contact with his nose and his mouth, and just a pool of blood just appears across his face. You see white teeth just fall to the floor, and this guy is clearly sort of staggered by your attack. He is barely standing, but he is still standing. Just.
I can't believe you did 4 points more of damage with your head than I did with shark teeth.
Oh, yeah. All I can see is huge, innit?
Okay. Next up, is that you done, Cologne?
No, I'm going to spend another key point and do flurry of blows.
Okay, go for it.
20 not natural.
It's a hit.
So 5 points of bludgeoning damage.
Yeah.
And my second strike, that'll be 14.
That's also a hit.
Awesome. And that is another 6 points of bludgeoning damage.
So I'd like you to describe to the group how you kill him.
Nice.
So having bent down or sort of dropped one knee and head-butted him, as he rears back, I basically elbow strike with my right arm into his stomach. And as he bends, I uppercut him with my left eye hand.
Nice.
I kind of envisage him flying across the room before smashing into the wall and sliding down into the floor.
And then Kulan will put his hands together in a kung fu stance and bow.
Excellent. Is that everything for Kulan, or is there any movement?
Yeah. No, I'm going to stay where I am.
Okay, Maris, it's over to you.
As I've seen this guy go down, I looked either side to the other two, and I go, he asked for blood to be spilt for my Lord Vane. Blood has been spilt. Now let us be going on.
The one currently holding Varric's axe turns to you and says, "Blood must be spilled by the weapon of war which you have forged in our war."
In that case, then I reach for the great axe and I slice my hand open on it.
Make a dexterity. Make a dexterity roll.
This dwarf's got balls.
Dexterity. 12.
Okay, you reach out and you catch a bird edge of the axe with your hand. You take 2 points of slashing damage. But
Okay.
as your blood runs down the edge of the axe, a wicked smile cracks across the face of the man holding it, and he turns to you and says, "Blood has been spilt in our Lord's name on a weapon of war which you have forged. Very well, we shall let you pass." You hear the door click and all 3 figures disappear, leaving the axe to clang to the floor.
With that, I pick up the axe and I turn to Varric and I say, "It might not be as good as it was, but I hope you'll wield this in honor." And I hand the great axe back over to Varric.
Varric looks at you and looks at the axe, picks it up. A tear rolls down his cheek as he, just out of nowhere, and very unlikely for him, basically just almost grapples you into the biggest hug you've ever had and lifts you off the floor. And he through the slight sobbing that he's doing, you hear him very, very gently, "Thank you," and then keeps embracing you.
I just pat him on the head and I go, it's all right, friend."
Varric, when you took hold of that axe, you realise that it felt slightly different to how it felt before. And as you examine the axe head, you can see on one of the flat edges of the great axe, there is now a symbol carved into it of a clawed eagle's talon, which you now know to be the symbol of Bane. You not only have your great axe back, but it is now blessed by Bane. It's a +1 great axe.
Yay!
Oh,
Nice.
cool.
Yeah!
Oh my God. Wow, okay, yeah, you're getting the biggest hug possible. I will change my sheet. Oh! I have a +1. Whip.
Cologne will walk over and just pat Varric on the shoulder as he walks past.
Sort this out. He'll kind of turn to Cologne after he's put down friends.
Aww.
Is that it's a +1 to attack and damage, yeah?
Yes, certainly is.
I look over
In case you needed it.
you
I then look, once I'm put down, I look over to D7 and I go, "You're all right, lads. You prepared to keep going?"
D7 walks over. He sheathes his weapons and says, "Question. Why would you risk yourselves for me?"
"Well, we came in this together. We should leave together, whether it be among the living or among the dead."
I am honoured by your comradeship. Trust that I will always have your back.
We
D7.
had
There is one thing you should know about me. I help people who help me. That's what keeps us all alive. And he just walks past.
I feel the same. On the many ships that I sailed on, the one thing that really kept us all going was the camaraderie.
And Varric puts his arm around D7, kind of trying to be nice, but at the same time not quite sure if this is acceptable, and just looks at him and goes, "Friends!" and nods at him, and then kind of looks a bit awkward and turns back to Maris, gives him another cuddle, and walks off.
with that, I just smile at D7 and I go, so long as you have our backs, we'll have yours. And with that, I turn to the door and go over to it.
D7 nods and states, "My sword arm is yours forever."
I feel like we've all just shared a very special moment.
This game's being so emotional.
Yeah.
Is there still blood on the floor?
There is.
Way to bring it down, Dan.
I can't take responsibility for that.
Hang on, that's not blood.
Is there just a single drop of oil in the blood from D7's eye?
That's the lasting image, just a teardrop, just slowly drifting away.
Oh, guys, this has been emotional.
This is fantastic. We have only known each other for less than a couple of weeks, and we're already getting emotional in the second game.
I've already forgotten Stephen.
Steven.
I've got new friends now.
Oh,
For you, it's fine.
Oh, Stephen will just wait out there forever like that. Has anyone seen that Futurama episode with the dog that
Yeah.
waits? It's literally what Stephen's going to be like.
oh no, that episode made me cry. It's
Yeah.
oh.
I was like he's doing a Rory from
This
Doctor
one.
Just fully waiting.
Who. Just sitting there on a rock, just taking a look at his watch. Been a while.
Just like by the time we get out, he just has written his memoirs.
Or there's just a skeleton.
Just
With
so that
his
you all know,
memoirs.
I no longer have any rage. I'm raged out.
Oh no.
Well, Maris, you're still at the door, so what's the plan?
I'm going to do what we've always done. Listen at the door and see if I can hear anything.
That is not what Varric has always done.
No, Varric at the beginning didn't bother listening. He just banged his head against it, then opened it.
He was knocking.
No way.
Varric is
Oh my god, that's a natural 20 on perception.
There you go.
Well done, nicely done. What you hear, and you are crystal clear in your mind what it is, you can hear the sound of dice being rolled against a stone.
Knowing
Playing D&D.
breaking the fourth wall.
One
I was
playing
going to say, are you
D&D.
serious it's not one of us? Just...
Yeah, he opened the door. We're all sat there in the room going,
well, this isn't terrifying in the slightest.
this has gone meta all of a sudden.
Ash has put himself in as the god of the game.
You read my notes.
I mean,
No, it's Gary Gygax, that's who it is.
I've got the adventure guide in front of me, Ash, and for some reason you are on here as one of the gods.
Oh, have I? Oh dear. Well, never mind. Good luck with that
That's
one.
fine. Don't worry, that's just a bit of a typo.
It says king of all gods.
Clearly the DM.
Have you found your position in there yet, Chris? You're mentioned somewhere.
Yeah, I think I'm under this minor characters bit.
I think
I can't wait.
Unnamed
I got-
NPC. I think that's you.
I think I'm the one that gets beheaded on the arrival into the first place.
When
I
you
can't wait.
when you say minor character, do you mean lesser character or you've got a mining helmet on?
I am actually going mining.
All right, okay, fair enough.
I'm just waiting for Ash to turn around and say, by the way, guys, you are all now members. You're all now mentioned in the guide as the party who kind of just did stuff, and there's all our names listed and like our greatest quotes ever, and it's like, okay, we're now famous.
He'll just turn around and say, "You're basically gods."
I mean, no, normally I write stories based on what our characters have been doing, but because Varric's too stupid, I can't.
On that note, can I open the door and step through?
Yeah, absolutely. The door should be open now for you.
Off we go then.
Are you through?
Okay, so you turn and look down the corridor, and you can see another one of those ghostly figures. This time, it is taken the form of just a person, a woman dressed in very simple clothes, sat on the floor, rolling dice along.
Okay. I walk up to the ghost and I ask her, Lassie, can I play a game with you?
The ghost doesn't say a word and instead extends a hand and sort of gestures to you to take a seat on the floor opposite her.
I do that.
She hands you a 6-sided dice made of bone.
Okay.
She takes the dice, rolls it along the floor, and it turns up a 5. I need you to roll 1d6.
Okay. That was a 5.
D6s can land on anything other than a 1.
Say that again, D7.
Are you saying that D6s can land on anything other than a 1?
I mean, my D10 can't land on anything other than a 1.
Apparently so, yeah.
I mean,
so she compares the 2 dice, shows you they're the same, picks up her d6 and rolls it again. This time it does turn up a 1. Roll your d.
A 4.
Okay. You look at this ghostly figure and it seems to fade a little bit before she gesticulates towards a dice again, picks hers up, rolls it, and gets a 5. And asks you or gesticulates towards you to get you to roll your dice again.
6.
Okay, so your 6 beats her 5. She fades that a little bit more. Then encourage you to roll the dice for another turn. She got
A 4.
This time you feel this intense burning pain in your head, and you take 2 points of psychic damage.
Ouch.
Ow.
And she rolls the dice again and gets a 2.
What was that?
She picks up her dice and rolls it across the floor, and it turns up a 2.
Okay. That's a 4.
And she fades that a little bit more. She's only just visible now, but for one more time, she points towards the dice, rolls her dice across the floor, and it comes up a 6.
That was also a 6.
Okay. So again, she gestures towards the dice to roll again. She got 5.
Holy crap, that's a 5.
A really kind, warm smile spreads across her face as she picks up her dice again and rolls it across the floor, bringing up a 3.
Okay, as before I roll it, I say a quick prayer to Bane, to Lord Bane. And it's a 6!
Nice.
Hey.
She looks you dead in the eyes as she slowly disappears out of view, and is all but gone from sight. As you look in front of you, you see the 2 bone dice are left on the floor.
Ooh.
Ooh. I
Praise.
will take those with me if I can.
You absolutely can add them to your inventory, and just call them for now bone dice of Avandra.
I have a question.
Avandra.
Say that again, sorry.
I have a question. It's a very stupid question.
All right.
What would have happened if D7 had rolled in front of her on the floor?
I guess we'll never know.
He only rolled a 7.
I've just got this wonderful image of these Devin just rolling around in a car. Just rolling around.
Rolling that D7. We'll just take turns pushing him over.
Oh, the entire game just pushing them up and down the corridor. What are you doing? I'm rolling a D7. It's fine. Leave me alone.
Oh my god, we should have done that. Oh, we should have done that.
Okay, I'm going to be back in a second.
Oh god, my ribs hurt.
So, Maris, you are now still at the next door. What would you like to do?
Again, I'm gonna have a listen, check if there's anything on the other side.
Okay, make a perception check.
God, my ribs hurt so much from laughing. 17.
As you listen, you can hear the faint crackle of what you assume to be torches, but there's no other noise.
Okay, I'll slowly open the door and step in. Okay.
So, as you enter the room, there are 3 crates or chests on the floor. Each one has 3 waved lines carved in.
Right, okay.
I'm just going to move Cologne into the room just so he's inside the door. And as he steps in, the door slams shut behind.
Okay.
I love how each of these is like an automatic lock-in from Crystal Maze.
It's advanced stuff. You
Like
get
one of the-
Richard O'Brien in the next room.
But it has to be him from Rocky Horror.
Oh, Richard O'Brien.
Oh, what?
Richard O'Brien.
I heard it's time to go set up. Come inside.
Let the fans blow!
From somewhere deep inside the dungeon, you hear Mumsy.
Oh, Mumsy! Oh, right. Are there any
Okay,
other...
So you've got these 3 chests in front of you. They're all identical. There's nothing that sets any of them apart from the others. What would you like to do?
Is there just a
Does
3?
anyone recognise the symbols on them?
D7, you can make a religion check to see if you recognise them if you like.
12.
You do not. It just looks like 3 wavy lines, one on top of the other to you. You can't make head nor.
Are the chests locked?
From where you are, from where you're stood, is that Cologne asked?
Yes.
Yeah, from where you're stood, you can only really see the one closest to you. It doesn't appear to have any kind of lock.
I'm going to step forward and open it.
Could the symbols be elemental? That's water.
Was that you saying, D7, you think the 3 wavy lines could represent water?
I was asking the group, yes, do we think that the symbols are elemental, perhaps representing water?
Yeah, that might be possible.
On the basis of that, can Maripos make a check because he spent so much time at sea?
Yeah, looking for what exactly?
Just to see if there are anything I recognise from being at sea.
Yeah, okay, make a perception check.
That is a 7. I am not rolling well tonight.
No, the best you can tell, they look like similar kind of chests that you would keep valuable things in. And you've seen something like it on a ship before, but it's certainly nothing nautical or nothing related to the ocean directly. You can tell.
And each chest has the same symbol.
That's right. Each chest has the 3 waved lines. It may be an idea for someone who might have an idea about religion to make a religion check against these.
I wonder who that could be.
I don't know. Just an idea.
Clearly, Larry.
I'll chuck it out.
Thank you, God.
Thank you, mysterious voice who lives in my head. That's 21.
Yeah,
That's much better. Maris, you immediately recognize the symbol to be the symbol of the goddess Avandra, who is the goddess of change and.
Ah! And he snaps his fingers. I thought I recognized the symbol. This is for Lady Avandra, the Lady of Luck.
So logically, that would mean this would be a game of fate, then?
Or a game of luck. And I take out the bone dice of Avandra I got from the ghost earlier. And it might have something to do with these.
Do any of the chests have numbers on them at all?
You can make a perception check and see if you can find any further details.
Perception. Yeah, 10.
So you don't see any numbers or carvings or anything that might identify one of the chests as being different to any of the others. They all are pretty much identical. The only slight difference is that one of the locks, one of the hinges on the back of the middle chest is very slightly rusty.
Ooh.
Right, okay.
Rusted in the sense that it hasn't been opened recently.
It's hard to tell. It doesn't look like it's rusted solid and rusted shut. It just looks like it's a little bit worn. There's a few spots of sort of dark brown, orangey coloured rust.
I'm going to point that one out to the rest of the group. Maybe this was caused by water.
I can see where you're going with it. But she's the goddess of Andra. She doesn't, as far as I'm aware, she has nothing to do with water. She only deals with the luck and gamble.
Well, this is the only chest that has any difference from the rest. Maybe this is the correct chest.
You're more than welcome to try, lad. But I can't guarantee you if anything good will probably come from it.
I am willing to take that risk if you would all back away.
So, Cologne, are you trying to open the middle chest?
Yes, I will brace myself and open the middle chest.
Can you roll a d6 for me, please?
Okay. Four.
Okay, you take hold of the chest and you feel the cold metal in the palms of your hands. You very carefully but surely lift open the chest's lid, and inside you see a small glass bottle with a wooden cork. Inside that bottle, there's a purple liquid.
I will reach into the box and take it out of the box. The chest. Does the chest close immediately? Or
No, the chest remains open and is out of the same state that you left it.
I will show the rest of the group. I know nothing of alchemy or potions. Does anyone else have any ability in that regard?
Snake, can I make an Arcana check?
If Cologne gives you the potion, you can.
Well, I'm holding it out, so if anyone takes it from my hand, I won't resist.
I have no hands, so you gotta just over it over
Oh, you see, no. Okay.
I'm just going to wave it in front of her.
Yeah.
The thing is, how are you going to tell me it's a snake?
Oh, we'll see, won't you?
Because I've got a snake pointing his nose at the bottle. What's that, lassie? Want to look at the potion?
Okay. So I'm gonna make the sneaky arcana check.
Okay, I'm gonna hold out the potion towards the snake and see what happens.
Oh, that's got to be an innuendo somewhere.
Oh my god!
It doesn't.
So, Cersei, you can make that Arcana check, but you are going to make it a disadvantage.
Okay.
And you won't be able to tell us what happens.
Oh shit! Hold on. Oh, okay. That is a 18 and a 17. So 17 plus. Plus
Okay.
4.
What's that last
Plus
one?
4.
Didn't go that well.
So that's plus 4.
Disadvantage.
21. What do I know?
The snake knows everything.
Honestly,
Follow the
there.
snake.
What should we do with the other 2 chests?
I think it's a puzzle. Like one leads to the other until we open the last chest.
I'm not gonna lie. I kind of want to roll the dice and see what happens.
Front of the chest?
Yeah.
Yeah, but how would you assign numbers to the chest? There's only 3 of them. There's 2 dice.
Well, no, but one's been open now. So, and I've only got 2 die to begin with. So if I roll one dice in front of the chest, maybe see what happens.
Hmm.
So,
I mean,
you
they-
should have just received a direct message from me over Discord.
Ooh.
Okay.
Obviously, you're unable to verbalise what that is at the moment, unless you're going to sort of make yourself into different shapes of the letters on the ground and then do it that
Oh
way.
my god, yes.
Really, Sherrod?
It's got an S in
Mr.
it.
DM, Mr. DM, can I take the quill I picked up and the paper and stick the quill in the snake's mouth and hold the paper on the floor?
To quote a very famous DM, you can certainly try.
Okay, but follow
Back
up
your
question.
tail once for yes, twice for no.
Hold on, let me DM the DM.
The DM.
Oh God.
Da-dum, da-dum.
You guys can roll the dice in front of the chest. Hold on.
Yeah. Are you guys? Is everyone else happy for me to at least try it and see?
Well, I got a weird coloured potion, so I'm out of ideas.
Well, I mean, there had to have been a reason why we were given the born dice of Evandra. And if we are in the room of Evandra, then there's worse things we can do.
True.
Okay. Who had the parchment just now? Who took the parchment?
I have paper. Or sorry, Kulon has paper.
Okay, yeah. So Cersei's gonna slither up to you and point at your a pouch or something, wherever you keep the paper.
Okay.
One
I'm
problem.
gonna
Cologne is over there.
Oh,
DM,
sorry. I'm gonna take. Yeah.
Can I roll an intelligence check to see if I can work out what the snake's trying to get at?
I think you're going to have to.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, go on, make it intelligence, yeah.
20, not natural.
Okay, yeah, you're pretty certain what the snake is getting at.
Okay, I pull out the parchment I picked up and hold it in front of the snake.
Then I kind of slither to Cologne. I kind of gesture you to follow me.
Okay, I follow the snake to where the snake goes with a very
And-
confused look on my face.
And to Cologne, I also do the same, and I want the inkwell and quill. Or intelligence check.
Yeah,
So, if you're going to try and write this down, I want you to make a dexterity check with disadvantage.
With me?
Yeah, if you're going to try and write as a snake using a quill on a piece of parchment, then I think it's going to be dexterity.
So well, guys. So well.
I wish I hadn't said anything now.
There's a warranty. Holy shit. Okay. Do I use the dexterity for the snake?
Yes, you do, because your form is that of a snake, so the physical.
Go on. Play it. Go on.
That's a very strong 10.
A strong 10.
A strong
Which
10.
ironically is
Bear with
exactly
me a
what
second.
looks like you've drawn on the piece of parchment. It just looks like the number 10. Nothing else can be discerned from what you.
I noticed the gesticulations of this snake next to Cloyne.
Do you notice the what? Sorry.
Do I notice the snake trying to do, like, moving in such a way as trying to do something or explain something?
Yeah, you. As far as you're concerned, you're watching a snake draw a picture, and that's pretty impressive.
Turn around and I'll say, Longfang, what? And I would like to use speak with a beast, leaf and beast.
Oh my god.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, absolutely.
So you had that spell the entire time, and what's going on? And Cersei been trying to write this thing down.
Yeah,
What did I say? Varys is stupid.
but you're missing something. He may be able to get the information, but he won't be able to impart it. He can use 3 words.
Tell me what you
I
should
think
say.
we were
but
just
I'll struggle.
I think we've got about as much luck as the snake writing as Varric writing.
So, yeah,
Should I just choose 3 words?
What I'll do then is I will send a message through Discord to Cersei and to Varric with the 3 words that you managed to get across.
awesome. This is going to be interesting. But yeah, I mean, I've been sitting here for a few minutes singing to myself. I could just talk to you.
Oh my God.
Okay, so as Cersei is trying to get. Oh, it's gone.
Yeah, because I'm an idiot and put it in the entire group chat for everybody to enjoy.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
So it kind
I'll
of
wait
seems
until-
pretty pointless now.
Just in case I looked at it wrong.
No, it's cool. I'm going to change the words.
Oh, okay. I'll wait then. I'll have to wait.
Liz, are you still rolling the dice?
No, you won't use to
Yeah.
anyway.
Yes, right. I'm gonna throw the dice. So I'm gonna use one on the left, and that came out as a 4. And then the one on the
2 seconds.
falling off the table.
I'm a furbolg, people. Come on, I can clearly talk to animals. I can barely talk to humans, but I talk to animals.
Dr. Furbolg, he talks to the animal.
That just makes me sound insane. Thank you, Floyd. Well, then again, I did get angry and punch a stone wall, so yeah.
Yeah.
That Stonewall deserved it, though. It was
It
giving you
attacked
an
me.
odd look.
How dare it?
Yeah, it gave you an odd look.
No, it provoked me. It went to stab me. I still swear to this day, and if you ask Varric, and I will say as Varric, in this day, it looked like it attacked him.
Oh, yes, it did.
But from that, you did get a brand new axe.
That's
Well-
a fair point.
That is true. I am very grateful about that. I mean, I really am. That was amazing.
I know, I just saw you getting emotional about it. I was just like, yeah, I'm going to take this and I'll fix this at some point.
Oh, wait, hold on.
So I've sent those messages across. So I'll just come back to Maris quickly. Did you say you rolled both of those?
Yes.
What was the first one?
4.
Okay, and the second one?
1.
Okay, so you roll the dice across the 4. The first one comes up with a 4, and the second one comes up with a.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what happens.
Oh, okay.
So after communicating in animal, I don't know, snake, reptilian, whatever we're going to call it,
Slytherin.
to sorry.
So tongue.
Pass the tongue. There you go. There you go.
Yay.
Varric will attempt to mutter out the words that he actually picked up, which were trance, fall, and then he'll put his hand over one of his one of the cuts he recently got, and was like, hell, duh. And we'll look at you all like, hope you got that.
Okay.
And grins when no one responds. Oh shit.
What were the 3 words? Sorry.
Chance.
Yep.
Fall. And health.
Okay.
Would I have?
Maripos is just going to go over and open the chest on the right-hand side. So he has no idea what's going on, and I feel like by this point he's tired of standing up.
Go roll a d6 for me.
That's a 4.
A 4. As you reach towards the chest, without warning, it snaps towards you, displaying rows and rows and rows of teeth.
Oh no!
No!
Everybody has to roll an
Oh, there you
God
go.
damn it, Maripos!
Another
So
solid
15
roll
or
there.
20.
18, so I got a 19.
Well, you got 19. Anyone else? 15 to 20.
19.
19 for Varric. Anyone else?
I would have got 19 if I doubled it and had it one.
Yeah. Maybe not. So 10 to 15.
Oh, good.
Okay, this has gone well. 5 to 10.
Yeah.
9.
6.
6 for Maripos.
9.
9 for Cologne. And what was that for Maris?
4.
4 for Maris.
I got 9 as well.
And 9 for D7. Okay, well, before any of you get to act, it does make a surprise attack against Maripos,
Excellent.
which hits you for 4 points of piercing damage and 8 points of acid damage.
Ew.
Okay.
And following that, it is Cersei's turn.
Before that, it takes 10 points of cold damage.
Of Agathis.
Yep. And I'm also going to use my reaction, if I can, to Hellish Rebuke. So it needs to make a dex save, is it, Hellish Rebuke?
Sorry, I mean, was that Hellish Rebuke you're doing?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hellish
it's a dex save.
Dex save 11, I think.
Natural 1.
Amazing.
Oh.
So it takes a further...
All of them.
takes a further 17 points of fire damage.
Holy shit.
That'll sting.
Nice. Yeah, that certainly does.
So
the job.
27 in total, 10 cold and 17 fire.
Yeah, that's cool.
God, talk about
That's
freezer
still
burn.
a decent amount of damage.
It's more than I'm going to do with my actual turn.
Oh, that was, yeah. That's the reaction.
Moral of the story: don't surprise the fish man.
No, moral of the story, don't let the
Cersei.
fishman touch anything.
Only let the fish man touch things.
Yeah.
Don't let the fishman touch things.
Cersei, it's your turn. What would you like to do?
So I'm gonna move over. Oh, wait, hold on. What's going on? Okay, can I move over here just to get in range?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Hang on.
Okay,
You're top left, aren't you? If you take one step to your right, you should be.
It's over
There
there.
you go. You can still hit it from there. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna make a melee weapon attack. So that's +4 to hit. Come on. Oh, nice. Okay. That's 22.
That's a hit.
And does that hit? 22?
Yeah, that hits. Yeah.
Okay, so it takes 6 points of bludgeoning damage, and the target is grappled. Escape DC of 14.
So you're grappling it as well, then, yeah.
I'm trying to close, tighten around its mouth so it can't snap at anyone.
Yeah. Okay. No problem. Varric.
Barrick at this point is going to grin, a massive grin from ear to ear. He's going to, he hasn't really put it away. He's going to pick up his great axe, move all the way next to the mimic, and with one massive smile, he's going to recklessly slice down.
Okay. Far away.
Roll a 1.
Shut up.
No, don't hit me!
Yeah, that's why I don't roll a
want
1.
we want higher than
No.
one. Okay, I rolled. Oh, it's a +6 now. I rolled a 9 and a 12, so 18.
18's a hit.
Awesome, and I'm going to. That's not the right die. Well, there it is. Right. D12 plus 4. Oh! D12 plus 4, rolled a 12, so 16.
Woo!
Yes,
Very
nice.
Yeah, splinters of what looks like wood fly everywhere.
And as I hit it, these strange spectral lights appear around the mimic, which each one is a different animal. So there's a bear, there's a hawk, and there's another snake, and this mimic, for until the start of my next turn, has disadvantage on any attack roll that isn't against me.
Okay,
Nice.
lovely. Yeah, sounds
Nice.
good.
And I am done.
Fantastic. Cologne.
I think I'm going to do something really surprising now, and I'm going to punch you.
Nice.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I'm going to do something really surprising. I'm going to punch myself because I just.
So was that a natural one you got?
That was an actual one.
So you don't punch yourself, but in the course of trying to punch the mimic, which currently has Cersei wrapped around it in her snake form, you'll resolve all of your damage against Cersei, and she will lose hit points equal to the damage you've
Oh
done.
no.
Hang on. Are you telling me I've spanked the snake?
Yeah, you spanked the snake.
Nice.
Does it
hit you?
Absolutely.
I think it does.
Stay classy,
I'm very
people. Stay
excited.
classy.
For once, I'm glad I rolled badly because I only did 3 points of bludgeoning damage.
Yes. Okay, I'm still up. I'm still a snake.
So having spanked the snake,
She glares at you.
I'm then going. I'm sorry. That was low hanging fruit. I had to make that joke. So having done what I keep saying, and I'm not going to say it again, I'm going to follow up with another unarmed attack at the mimic.
Okay, yeah, make your attack roll.
So that will be 23 to hit.
That is a hit.
Cool. And that is 5 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay, yeah, this mimic is looking pretty beaten up at the moment.
And yeah, why not? I'm going to spend another key point and do flurry of blows.
Okay, yeah.
That is 12 to hit.
That is just a hit.
Just a hit. Okay. So that is another 3 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay, yeah, he's still going.
And that will be 18 to hit.
Is also a hit.
Yeah, and that is another 3 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay, excellent, yeah.
And that is me done.
Okay, lovely. That's Cologne finished then. D7.
I'm back.
Cool.
Kill.
Sweet.
D7 is going to sideline. I'm going to withdraw my bow, get the arrow in that brazier, and try and shoot into the mimic.
Okay, make a ranged attack roll.
Natural one, don't roll. Natural one.
Yeah.
14.
That is a miss, unfortunately.
Oops.
Oh, no, sorry. Did you say 14?
I was going to say, because a 12 was a hit.
Oh, yeah.
No, sorry. I misremembered this AC. Yeah, that's a hit.
And I do 9 points of damage.
So, describe to us exactly how you kill the mimic.
Yes.
Whee!
Where's the arrow? It strikes the side of the mimic and the flames lick up the side, just sufficiently for Cersei to realise what's happening and back away so she doesn't get any scalding marks. And it just erupts in a ball of flames and turns to ash.
That's okay. I got resistance to fire.
And of course, then Chris was sort of right. I am now in the adventure.
You are now in the adventure.
Absolutely. If he's turned the chest into ash, then
Nice. Take some inspiration, GM.
10 worth of damage on psychic.
Oh,
Every
Christ.
take psychic damage.
Wow.
Oh, look, natural 10.
That was impressive.
That really hurt.
so the mimic is dead. You've got the middle chest open. I can't remember who's holding the vial of purple liquid, but you've also got the chest, which is closest to D7, which is currently closed.
Cologne has still got the vial of purple liquid.
Yes.
And he's still trying to work out at this point the Snake and Varric was trying to tell him. But then we got attacked by a mimic. So he's still trying to work out what Varric and the Snake was trying to tell him. And that's another good name for a band. Varric and the Snake.
I reckon the snake.
I reckon the snake.
Barrack and the Snake.
Party name.
So yeah. I do not know if we should open that last chest.
I mean, we've got we've got nothing else to
It's
lose.
got something to do with this liquid.
Varric walks over to the chest.
Be careful, Varric.
You broke up at the end there, Varric. You are opening the chest.
He walks up to the chest when Cologne says, when he recognises the word open and chest from Cologne, looks over when Maris says be careful, nods, a great axe in one hand, and kind of just opens it.
Okay.
Well, that answered that. Just give me 2 seconds.
It's another mimic, quick!
Okay, so Varric, over in the right-hand side, underneath your journal, you should see something appear with like a red square with little white lines on it, which tells you exactly what you picked up.
I don't see anything at the moment.
Okay, so in that right-hand pane, are you on the journal tab?
Yes. I'm on the journal tab.
Okay, let me just put it somewhere else and see if it pops up for you. So it
Is
should
it?
be
Oh,
under.
is it this thing under items?
Yeah, that's it. Now, I don't know how your English would be with Varric. I'll let you role play it out.
Cersei's gonna move towards Cologne. D7. I'm really gonna take a chance. I'm going to kind of curl around him, and then my head's gonna peek at the potion that Cologne's holding.
I can only see a little bit of it.
So hang on 2 seconds. So Cersei, is this you trying to have another look at this potion, trying to figure out what it is?
No, I'm just gonna go around D7 a few times, and then gonna poke my head up to the potion, kind of like gesture it to him, to the potion, to him, to the potion.
No, Timmy's still strapped down the well.
Okay, Varric, that note which you've got should it is just the first line of text that's on there. There's nothing else.
Yeah, I know, but I can. Oh, hang on. Let me see.
I recognise.
Yeah, I'm being gracious.
Cersei is trying to get me to do something. I turn and ask whether I hold myself.
Okay. So Barrick will. First off, let's see if you can actually read this thing. Oh, it's not too bad. I rolled an 18, so yes, I can actually try and understand it.
So just before you do this, Varric, D7, what were you saying there?
I recognise that certain. I assume that Cersei is trying to take the vial of purple liquid, and I asked whether I could look at it myself.
So you broke up a little bit. So I think you're asking Cologne if you should drink the liquid yourself. Is that right?
Well, initially I just asking if.
Sorry, I missed what you said again, Andy. You're breaking up a little bit.
God, this is all seeming familiar.
I just asked whether he could pass the vial to me.
Right. So Cologne passed the vial to D7. Cologne?
I have no reason not to, so yeah. I will hand
Barrick
over
will
the...
intervene.
Okay. As I go to hand the vial to Cologne, Varric, I'm assuming, stops me, and I'll look up at
Take it.
Okay, I'll hand the potion to Varric.
I kind of turn around, holding the potion in one hand and the note to the other. I uncork the potion, show Maris the note, and then neck it.
Right.
Okay, so because the note would be visible to most other people, the note simply reads, "You must take Evandra's chance." So what I need you to do, Varric, is make a Constitution saving throw.
Constitution. Now this should be interesting. I think my Constitution is quite good. Why do I keep pressing that? Okay. Ooh, excellent. Right, here we go. I rolled a natural 20 plus 4.
Nice.
Very nice. What I need you to do now is roll a 1d12.
Say that again, sorry?
Can you roll 1d12 for me and tell what the result is?
Oh, 12.
Very nice. So You tip this liquid down your throat. It has absolutely no taste whatsoever, and it's almost like drinking air. It's that light. As it enters your body, you feel yourself physically become tougher, and you physically feel more robust. You increase your hit point maximum by 12 points.
What?
Nice.
Is this permanent or is this just?
That is a permanent increase to your max HP. Your current hit points will remain in what they are, but your max HP increases by 12 points.
Damn.
So how's our tank?
I've just the tank's just become a lot tankier.
So you've become armoured.
Well, apparently yes.
Okay.
As you,
Why am I
as
getting
you
all this
look
stuff
down, you lift you look at the glass bottle and notice that it doesn't seem that you've taken any liquid out of it at all. It still appears to be.
Ooh.
So, feeling not smug, but a bit like that was beneficial. I'll pass it to Well, I'll just hand my hand out with it. Kind of like anybody want it? And just be like, and I'll say, good, strong.
Okay, I'll try drinking it.
Okay, make a Constitution save.
Constitution save. Yeah, that's 8.
Okay, so you tip the liquid up, and again, exactly the same as Varric, you feel absolutely nothing go down your throat, and that's the last thing you remember as your hit points are reduced to 0 and you fall unconscious.
There you go.
What?
Thanks, Varric. Cheers for that, mate.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Varric. Yeah, great.
Hey, you drank it. I didn't make you.
So I'm now unconscious. There you go.
You are unconscious, you drop the vial, and it rolls onto the floor, but still has liquid.
I'm gonna reach down and have a sip of it.
Make a Constitution save.
Where's my? That's all right. 16.
Did you say 16? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, roll a d8 for me.
That is a 2.
Your hit point maximum increases by 2.
Yay!
Again, as you look down at the bowl, it is still full.
I'm gonna. Varric will kind of kneel down next to Kaloin and kind of push him, kind of like nudge him and go, Kaloin, wake!
I'm going to turn to Cersei and just ask, from your understanding of this liquid, will it have any impact on an automaton?
I think she's gone to sort out a cat in the litter box. Oh, she's just come back. Do you want to just repeat that, DC?
Yes. Yes, I turn to Cersei. From your understanding of this liquid, is it likely to have any impact on an automaton?
I missed the last bit.
DC,
Impact of what?
Will this liquid have any impact on an automaton?
Oh, I shake my head.
So I leave the vial for others to make a decision.
I'll have a go.
Stepping on my dice. What are you doing, cat?
Aw.
It's to play.
So currently we've got Cologne unconscious. Varric is a little bit upset that Cologne won't wake up. Maris has had a little HP boost. What are you doing, Maripos? You've been quite
Maripos
quiet.
is now having a drink.
That's all
I am now drinking.
What, in
Let's
game?
make a Constitution
in
save.
game, yeah.
Yeah, I just realised what you meant. Make a Constitution save.
That is a whopping 7. I've now used 4 different D20s and none of them have been good for me.
Oh no!
That one definitely hasn't. Your HP reduces to 0. You fall unconscious on the.
Wonderful.
There is still liquid in the bottle.
I mean, I somehow get the feeling we're all going to have to try it, regardless if it does anything for us or not.
I would join in the conversation, but I'm snoring.
And Varric is still trying to wake you up.
Yeah,
Uh,
not happening.
I pick up the vial and I go over to D7 and Cersei, and I go, I know this probably won't do a lot for you, but but Evandra wants us to take a risk, so it's always worth it, even if nothing happens. But I believe something will if you let it. And I hand out the flask.
Cersei she tries to go as high as she can, and she just does a flick inside, her tongue flicks inside the vial, and she just takes a teeny bit and drinks it.
That's good enough for me. Make a Constitution save.
Oh, it's not bad, not bad. Hold on. That's this next Constitution. That's 17.
That is a pass. Roll a D4.
What's a D4? You're a D4.
That's a triangle.
That's a 3.
Your maximum hit points increase by 3.
I'll take it.
There's still some liquid left in that bottle.
As the door obviously hasn't unlocked, I assume I am required to consume some of this liquid. So I put it to my lips and I pour it into myself.
Okay, but you can make Constitution save with advantage purely because you're a Warforged.
Wish Maripos was a Warforged.
18.
I wish I wasn't unconscious.
I'd have probably got a 7 and an 8.
18 is a pass. Roll a D6 for me, which we're going to turn into a D3.
Yeah.
3.
So is that a 3 as in you've rolled a 5 or a
No, I rolled a 3.
1 3? So your max hit points increases by 2. And Maris, because you're the nearest conscious person, you hear a click as the door to the next room unlocks.
Yeah, I kind of guess.
Varric kind of picks up Coloine's head and shoulders a little bit and kind of looking a little bit worried at him, and then looks at Maris a bit like, help, and turns in and says to her,
Okay. I put my hands to both Cologne and Maripos, and I'll cast Spare the Dying.
Cool. So I'm
So-
stabilized.
Yep.
Is that both of them you cast that on? Sorry.
I can't cast it on both.
You can cast it.
Is it both of them you cast it on?
Yeah, I put my hand on both of their heads and I cast this on them.
Yeah, that's
but you'd
cool.
have
So
to
you
cast-
stabilise both of them.
Yeah, cool.
Excelente.
Who's drawn a grave?
Chris, is that you?
It's Stephen.
Yeah.
Varric kind of turns to Mavris and it goes, rest?
The rest.
And then looks back at Cloyne.
I would, but slight problem. I've used all my hit dice now, so the only thing that would do any good for me is if I was to do a long rest.
We risk it? Should we just do a long rest then?
I mean, at this point, I would quite happily take one, but I can't speak for all of you, so it's entirely up to what you guys want to do.
I don't mind doing a long rest.
Cologne sits up and goes, "Whatever was in that bottle did not agree with me."
Oh,
Aaron looks
lads,
happy that Cologne's woken up.
I
kneel down to Cologne and I just go, "Oh, lads, you just lost against the lady at Avandra. Don't worry about it. It happens to the best of us."
You're trying to roll my d20. Honey, stop it.
No, we
Cat,
need it.
like a cat's trying to roll my d20.
Maripos is just going to pretend to still be dead.
He's asleep.
Oh, no, I'm not doing it.
I do not believe that I can continue in this condition. I need time to heal.
Yeah, I think we all need to heal.
I will stand watch on the sentry's guard.
Bad guy win?
Varric, my old friend, even if we get to the bad guy, I am in no condition to fight.
Aww.
He kind of nods his head to you, and he's like, "Rest," and then looks back at the rest of everybody else.
So are you all in agreement then? You're taking a long rest with D7 watching.
Yeah.
From a purely playing standpoint, I have to, because there's no other way. I'm at 1 hit point, and even if I use my hit dice, that gives me a maximum 17, and I've got no key points.
Yeah, I think long rest is probably a good shout.
Long rest.
Yeah, definitely a long rest.
Okay, so you all you bed down. You do your best to kind of use the chests that you open to try and wedge the doors closed and provide yourself with a little bit of shelter. It's difficult to gauge how long you rest for, but you rest until a point where everybody feels well rested and nothing happens. So you all gain the benefit of a long rest.
Way.
Just as a point of order, just so you, from a role-playing standpoint, you all notice that Coulon had pulled into the corner, so he's got his back up against the wall. And that's how he rests.
Okay.
I literally spend the entire 8 hours just drawing my symbol every fucking where in this room. On every single wall.
I just lean against Varric and use his arm as a cushion.
Maripos, do you mean to tell me that you've just desecrated the shining?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, just a little note I'm just going to make.
Yep.
Everything bad that happens to you, you now deserve.
Pretty much.
At some point during
Absolutely
the long rest.
What Maripos would do, though.
True.
At some point during the long rest, Cersei's gonna go to Varric and she's gonna show him the little pouch that she has. It's a collection of different kinds of mushrooms.
Varric will kind of look at you, and you watch as his giant paw kind of goes into it and picks up a mushroom.
Oh,
she encourages it.
Oh God, you're gonna get the fear bug high, aren't you?
And then
oh no.
He brings one out, looks at you, and then slowly moves it towards his mouth, and you watch his mouth open as massive as he kind of goes to put it in, staring at you like, "Is this correct?"
Don't do it, Varric! Don't do it!
She doesn't say anything. She doesn't keep any poisonous mushrooms.
He kind of puts it in his mouth and starts chewing down on it and smiles at it like, "How does it taste?"
So buttery, like truffle. Black
Sorry?
truffle. It tastes very like black truffle.
He kind of grins at you and goes into his pouch and brings out like a small collection of like fruits and nuts and kind of. You see them just littered over his hand, and his hand's not the cleanest thing in the world. And he kind of shoves it towards you with a big grin. Friend.
She pats him on the face with her tail, and she takes a bite of one of the dried fruits.
Could Cersei and Varric roll perception for me?
Yeah. Hold on. No,
12.
no. He's got a. I got 6.
6 and 12.
Yeah.
Varric, you notice one of the rare moments Kulon's smiling.
Aww.
Oh.
In a very boyish manner, forget that he's holding fruits and nuts in his hand. He'll kind of turn his hand over, put it round you, and kind of give you a bit of a knuckle sandwich on the top of your bald head, grinning and laughing as he does so. You're now covered in fruit and nuts, by the way.
Kalai literally wipes it off and goes, "Thanks, big guy. I was needing a bit of exfoliation on the top of my head."
He kind of nods and goes, hee.
Cersei, just as a quick thing, did you say you don't carry any harmful money?
No, I don't carry. The poisonous mushrooms that I find, I only draw in my journal. The interesting kind of mushrooms she keeps with her at all times.
Okay, that's fine. Varric, the mushroom you ate was called Nilog's nose, and for the next 2 hours you gain advantage on perception checks.
Fair enough.
Bloody hell, okay.
Awesome.
Advantage on perception for the next 2 hours.
Yeah, that's right. Cersei, I'm going to send you a link to something which has got lots of different types of fungus for.
Ooh.
Awesome.
Not gonna lie, I feel like I'm getting quite a lot of advantages during this game so far. I've already got a magic weapon, my hit points have increased by 12, and now I've got advantage on perception for 2 hours. What have I done to deserve this?
Stop complaining or I'll take away your toys.
And you kind of get growled at slightly as he moves the axe away from you.
All you've got to do if you want to lose your toys is start desecrating the gods' temple.
Unfortunately, whilst Varric is pretty stupid, as he's from nature and he understands the link between nature and gods, he wouldn't dare. Especially not when there's a cleric in the building as well.
Yeah, can we, stop desecrating these shrines, plead?
I'm not desecrating them. I'm just making sure that my god has her voice as well.
Oh, lad, don't worry. Your goddess will have her voice heard, but there's no need to go insulting the other gods.
I'm just trying to make a place for her. There doesn't seem to be one here.
But we've not seen yet. We've still got quite a few other gods to go through.
Oh no, I mean, there doesn't seem to be a place for her in the All Havens yet. So I'm just, I'm making sure there is one.
That's actually quite nice. Before the end of our long rest, Varric would like to do something.
Ooh.
Varric will, when near the end of the rest, when everyone's kind of just chilled out, he'll get up from his position between the sandwich between Cologne and Maris. He'll walk over to D9, sit in front of him, cross-legged, and he'll offer him some fruit and nuts with a big smile on his face.
Aww.
Was I promoted from D7 to D9?
Yeah. Yeah, you've got 2 advantage. There you go.
It's those 2 extra hit points that you got earlier.
Yeah.
Not wishing to offend, I take a handful of berries, I crush them in my hand to make a pulse, and then I use my finger to draw some of the juice out of this berry fruit, and I draw a smile on my face.
Oh!
Varric reacts to that, and he kind of smiles back. And in a quite in a quite strange way. How Varric is so big, he kind of doesn't pat you on the head, but almost just places his massive hand on your head, almost like thank you, and then gets up and gets back to supporting Kaloin and Mavris. He's trying to make
I just
friends.
nod. I nod as he leaves.
Mhm.
Is Mariposa still defiling things?
Oh yeah, like in the 8 hours that you guys were asleep, this entire room, like floor and walls, everything. It's the symbol that I sent in the group chat.
Oh, for God's sake!
It is everywhere.
Hey,
Really?
desecrating!
Oh, would he be smart enough to figure that one out? Nope. Never mind. Barrett grins to himself and then falls asleep. I keep rolling really low on my intelligence checks that I'm doing to see what Varric would do in certain situations. That was a 2.
Yeah, but that's just the cat. You're just
Yeah,
playing
the dice
character
tell
then.
the story.
Character, yeah.
It
That's
does make
D&D.
it more makes it more believable, I must admit. It's brilliant. Then the highest one I've got so far was a 12.
So is everyone happy that they've rested? Everyone's regained slots, regained hit points, and is ready to carry on?
Yep.
We've already lost at this point, but yeah, let's carry on.
Guys, this was supposed to be 30 minutes.
Sorry?
This was supposed to be 30 minutes.
Yeah! I'm not complaining.
I was
Yeah.
going to say, why are you complaining?
D&D, you can never complain.
Exactly.
And what are we doing then?
Kulon will stand up, stretch all of his muscles, and literally he does a sort of Bruce Lee type stretching thing where he stretches out all the muscle, and he'll turn to everyone and go, "Shall we move on then? I fear the time is getting short."
I just quickly turn to everyone. It's like, oh, whilst I'm thinking about it, does anyone want me to have a look at their weapons? Make sure it's all up to scratch and ready for whatever comes next.
Kulon steps forward, unsheathes his katars, and says, "Master Dwarf, having to my friend's axe, I would be honored for you to look at my weapons," and hands them over.
Okay. I get my smithing tools out and I start casting Sacred Flame to do them up.
Does that do anything, Mr. Deer?
Yeah, make yourself an intelligence check on that one, Mara.
Okay. That is a 15.
Okay, you. What weapon was it you were doing it on? Was it the
Twin katars, punch daggers.
Okay, yeah. So you refine the edges. You make them a bit better balanced. The first attack you make with those punch daggers, now you can make with advantage.
With advantage, cool.
Yeah, just the first one though. After that,
Yeah, no, that's fine. They've basically got a honed edge.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
I also approach Maris and say, if you have it within you, it would be illogical to turn down such a generous offer. And I hand over my short sword.
Okay, and again, I give a quick study of it, and I'll cast Sacred Flame whilst hammering away.
Okay, yeah, make another intelligence roll.
That's a natural 20.
Yay!
Nice.
I feel like she has Talison's dice.
So you spend a little bit more time with D7's short sword, and you manage to make it perfectly balanced. You also manage to imbue within it some of the power of your patron god Bane. That is now a +1 short sword.
Awesome.
Sweet.
Oh, yes. as I'm unable to physically grin, I immediately grin on my face.
The pace smile. Can we get a token with the pace smile on?
And then I'll just do one more, just a quick roll on my mace and shield to make sure they're all good.
Yeah, okay.
Are they separate?
Yeah,
Are they
you
separate rolls?
two separate rolls, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so for my mace, it's an 18.
Okay, so you can make your first attack with advantage.
Sweet. And the second one for my shield was a 5.
So despite your best efforts, you don't manage to improve the shield, but you do manage to make sure that it is of good enough quality to continue to be used for what it's worth.
Okay, that's cool. I then look up to everyone else and I go, does anyone else want me to look at things or are we good to go?
I think D7's happy about it, but his smile has stayed where it was.
Why'd you move?
It dribbled.
Oh my god, we need to get the wand of a wand of smiles off the CR team.
No.
Oh my god, yes.
Oh my god.
Just to see if it works on D7.
Permanently keep casting it at him.
Now I'm wondering what Tasha's hideous laughter might be on D7.
Oh,
That would be
God.
funny to know. Yes.
I wish I hadn't swapped it out. I did put it in there originally.
We are asses, aren't we? This is brilliant. So, with when you've finished, Varric will kind of take a couple of steps forward, and we'll kind of look at everyone as if we're going, and he will turn and go, "Go, go, door." Got that.
Yeah. I think we best get a move on.
Shall I take point?
If you feel the need, Sir Goliath. But we best get a move on. I'm worried
I
about
will
this
move up to
elf.
the door. What were you worried about?
This elf. The last thing we need is for him messing with the gods. Nothing good can come from it.
Okay, you open the door.
Yep.
Okay, you open the door, you see the corridor spread out ahead of you, and then take a sharp turn to the left.
I'm going to make my way down the corridor to the turn and then see what.
Okay, as you head down there, you see the corridor extend ahead of you. Again, it appears to be empty.
Okay, I'll slowly make way forward. No, I won't. Apparently, I'll tell you all. I'm all.
You're right
Try
there.
There you go.
Okay, you move to the end of that part of the corridor. You look to your right and you see another one of the stone doors with the golden door handles.
Okay, I'm going to step forward and following the path this group has taken, I will listen at the door.
Make a perception check.
19.
So listening very carefully, you can hear some muffled crying, some really quiet sobs, nothing particularly loud or obvious, but it sounds like multiple people in some kind of.
I'm opening the door.
Okay, so you step into this room and carved onto the floor are 3 interlinked triangles. Now, in a line on the floor are 3 men stripped naked, bound at the wrists and at their ankles. Their mouths have been cruelly sewn shut, and on an obsidian altar behind them sits a silver gleaming dagger.
So, sorry, silver gleaming
Dagger.
dagger.
Oh God.
Are there any symbols in this room?
You carved onto the floor. There are 3 interlinked triangles.
I call to Maris. Maris, I need your knowledge.
Of course, my friend. What can I do for you?
These symbols, do they mean anything to you?
I'll walk into the room and have a look.
Okay, make a religion check.
I like how last game I just had it straight away, and now I have to do a religion check.
Yeah, I've had time to think on it.
Okay. God, they're good throws there. That is a 19.
You recognize these triangles to be the symbol of Azrael, the Lord of Death and the afterlife of disease and murder.
Ooh,
Ah.
nice.
You're not a good god, then.
We're in a bit of a trouble now, lads. This is to our Lord Azrael, the god of death and pestilence. We must be very careful while we're in here.
Can Cersei make a perception check around the room?
Yeah, looking for what?
If there's anyone else besides these 3 people.
Yeah, absolutely. Make a perception check. Are you still a snake, by the way?
No, I'm back to normal.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Make a perception check.
Guess
It's
who's back? Back
That's
again.
a dirty 20.
So natural 20.
20. Unnatural.
Okay, so looking around this room, you are confident that the only people here or the only beings that are present are the 3 men that are tied up before you and your party that you're adventuring with. There's no other being present in that room.
I am going to go over and try and untie one of them.
Okay, which one?
The closest one to me, I guess, so the top one.
Okay, you go over and you quite easily manage to untie him, but now you're standing closer to them, you realise that their legs and arms have also been broken and they'll be unable to stand. You quite clearly see that their mouths are sewn shut, so they're unable to speak, and that their eyes have been gouged out, so they're unable to.
Fuck.
Jeez.
These people are incapable of being helped. Maybe the best idea is to put them out of their misery.
As Varric lifts his axe.
There must be another way. Taking an innocent life, never.
Unfortunately, that's how Lord Azrael works.
My metal friend, how do you know they're innocent?
I have no evidence either way. How would you know they are not?
I agree. I agree with D7.
Okay, Cersei wants... Is there an altar in front of them? The 3 guys?
Yeah, that black thing is a big black obsidian altar with an ornate silver dagger on top of it.
Cersei will go to the altar. She won't touch it. She'll kind of... You'll see her go in a little bit of a trance. So she just wants to perceive... Or she wants to try and see if her patron can give her a hint on what is going on, because her patron is also kind of the god of death, something like that. They're kind of in the same... I don't know.
They go to the same parties and they hang out in the same clubs.
Yeah. They hang around. They know each other.
You can either make a perception or a religion check, whichever one you'd.
Perception then. The 15.
You don't draw any similarity or any obvious similarities between your patron and Azrael, other than the fact that they are both in control of death but there's no other likeness to draw.
Okay.
Looking at these three people's body language, can I make an insight check to see if they look distressed?
Yeah, absolutely.
15.
Each of them is quite clearly distraught beyond all measure. You get a sense that they are very genuine, that they are real people, and that they are here against their own.
This is a scene of sacrifice, not. There must be a way for us to help.
I
They
know nothing
refuse
of
to
the
kill
healing
these
arts. I cannot help them. I can end their pain, but that's about it.
We have no healing
Unfortunately,
that we
if
can
we
use.
if you do that, we must use the dagger. I have a feeling that 3 sacrifices must be made before we can move on.
We don't know if these people are innocent.
With Lord Asriel, as I have come to learn, he cares not if they are innocent or guilty. If he wants your life, he will have life.
Maris,
Yes.
you notice for the first time in a while, Varric seems almost knowledgeable in his expression. His expression's gone from permanently looking bemused to I rolled natural 20 on intelligence. Slightly not Professor Grog levels, but slightly less dopey. And he turns to you and goes, God demand sacrifice?
Sorry, what? My cat was in the litter box again. What was that?
Sacrifice?
Exparus turns to Varric and he goes, well, unfortunately, yes. Some gods are like that. They feel if they have not been respected, they will demand blood and sacrifice. Asriel is one of those gods, sadly.
And he kind of
How
looks
can
at you.
organics?
Sorry?
How can organics respect and worship a deity? So
I cannot answer that, unfortunately. I respect Lord Bane because he has never led my Anvil wrong. But Lord Asriel. And he just looks.
If we partake in this, then we are just as bad as his followers. We cannot do this.
I am willing to make this sacrifice. I am willing to do the deed by myself. You can have no involvement. It will be down on my shoulder, if that helps.
But Kulon, that's far too much weight on your heart. I cannot be letting you doing this.
I've had
Not
worse,
alone anymore.
believe me.
The dopey expression returns to Varric's face as I rolled really low. He's now gone again.
DM, can Cersei make an insight check on the dagger that's happily sitting on the altar?
Yeah, of course.
What kind of check is that? Is it Arcana, or would that be just a perception or insight?
Just a perception on it.
A natural 20 makes it up to 24.
Awesome. Looking at the dagger, it is definitely a ceremonial dagger. It is completely silver. It is all made out of one piece of metal. The blade itself is long and thin and really, really pointed at one end. It draws back towards the hilt, which are like 2 dragon heads. The handle itself has got some dark red leather wrapped around it, and on the pommel of the dagger is the same symbol that you see on the floor of 3 interlinked triangles. As you look and study this dagger a little bit more, you do get a sense of some kind of magical energy within it.
I have one question to ask all of you. The reason why we came to this place is to stop a person becoming evil, becoming ultimately powerful. Are we willing to sacrifice lives to stop this or not?
Looking around the group and noticing how one is overly keen to make this choice, and having the guilt of innocent blood on my hands already, I decide to prevent my friends from having to carry the weight of this sacrifice, the weight I already carry. So I reach out and I grab the blade from the altar.
As I've
As
seen
soon
D7,
as- Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, like, as D7's doing this, can I just, like, go to the 3 men and stand before them and just, like, do a small prayer for them, just to, like, hope to send their souls on to the other side?
Yeah, absolutely. That's no problem. And just roll a quick religion for me.
Okay. That's a natural 20.
Awesome. We'll come on to what happens there in a minute. As D7 grabs the dagger from the top of the altar, a deep voice booms around the small room which you're stood in. It says, "Before you kneel 3 men, a thief, a murderer, and a leader of a cult of an unknown god. Blood must be spilt. You must choose one of these men to kill. Their blood must be tasted by my blade which you hold. Only when you have murdered in my name will I let you pass."
When he says about the cult leader of an unknown god, I just kind of like start like grabbing at my neck, like, oh shit.
See, this is why I told you not to go Zachary.
Fishboy, I don't think he was talking about you.
You see
I
Cersei's.
just I'd back in
You'll
the
see
corner a bit.
Cersei's eyes kind of go black instead of gold. And who has a dagger now?
D7.
D7.
He holds
We
out.
have 2 questions to answer. One, which of those 3 should we sacrifice? And 2, how do we identify which one is guilty of which crime?
Well, I mean, I
Um,
don't think it's too bad to have false idols and false gods. I think that's pretty okay, really.
What
Holds out.
you
So
have to
Cersei
think
holds out
of,
her hand, and she kind of gestures for the dagger.
Maris, you've got a message.
I have an opinion. When you are looking at whether a person is innocent or guilty, you have to look at the crime based on its effects. A murderer takes 1 life. A thief could cause many deaths. A cult leader could be responsible for a lot more.
So you,
Folks, if I may, I understand that these crimes are heinous, but I personally feel we should set them free.
We cannot set them free. There is nowhere for them to go. They are broken.
But it does not seem right to kill them in this manner.
she cocks her head to the side, and you see that she can't really be reasoned with now, and all she says is, well, you'll let them speak for themselves, yes? She gestures for the dagger again.
I would ask you, my friend Cersei, to at least unbind their mouths. Let them speak for themselves. I, for one, do not trust this Azrael. It seems only
What?
fair for them to speak the final word.
Not what I'm asking. I am asking you to give me the dagger so that I may cut their mouths open, so that they may speak for themselves.
Cologne crosses his arms and just leans back against.
Yeah, let's do that.
But why would you need the ceremonial dagger just to cut binding?
She can perceive somewhat. The dagger may the stitches might not be able to cut with a regular dagger. I mean, you can try. You can certainly try. Unless one of you wants to use a normal dagger and I use the ceremonial.
Barry kind of puts his hand down to where his bag is at the base of his spine and pulls out one of his hand axes and kind of just looks at it and looks at the looks at the guys and he's like,
"Oh, I've chopped his head off." Oh, dear.
Right.
Okay. My hand slipped.
Before anyone takes that dagger, I think we need to work out which of these men is the one that we would kill. I mean, we have a murderer.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Leader. What was the other one? Sorry.
And a thief.
And a thief.
Yeah, murderer, thief, and cult leader.
I mean, I don't think any of those crimes are worthy of death.
If indeed they are guilty.
Exactly.
We have only the word of this God. But if it is the only way we are to get through it, so it is an act that perhaps we must do.
Mr. DM, is my advantage on perception still here?
At the moment, yeah.
I would like to. I'm not going to say anything, but I would like to have a look at the three men and to see if I can see any symbols of any kind, be it tattoos, markings, scars, anything that looks like it's been done intentionally.
Yeah, absolutely. Make a perception check.
Oh, this is not good. Well, I'm kind of glad I had the advantage, but I didn't really do very well. I rolled a natural 1 and a 5, so I got a natural 1 and a 9 and a 9. 9.
Okay, yeah, you don't notice any markings or symbols. Their heads are completely shaved of hair, so there's not any hair for you to identify them that way either. There is literally nothing about these men which makes them identifiable as anything in particular.
Mr. DM, I would like. Can I make 3 separate insight checks on one for each man?
Yeah, of course. What are you looking for specifically?
I mean, I'm just want to see if like these men are truly guilty. So just to like have a look and see like from their eyes if they are truly guilty of these crimes that we've been told they are, or if it's just something else.
Yeah, okay. Which one do you want to do first?
I'll start from the top and work my way down.
Do that, would it not help if I were to cut the bindings on their mouths free? Perhaps you can talk.
I mean, eyes are windows to the soul, so.
But were their eyes gouged out?
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, they haven't got any eyeballs at the moment.
I forgot about that. Yeah, can I still do an insight? Yeah, if you want to take unbind their mouths.
Okay, so I take the dagger and I try and slip the bindings on their lips.
On all 3 of them, yeah?
Yeah.
All 3 of them, yeah.
D7, as you cut the thread which is holding their lips closed, you notice their tongue and their teeth have also been removed from their mouth.
Oh.
Yeah, can I still make those insight checks?
Of course you can.
Okay, so starting from the one at the top. That is 19.
That top one, the only sense you get from him is of pure fear.
Okay. The second one is a 15.
Again, the only thing you're getting off him is that he is literally scared for his life.
And the last one is a natural 20.
Okay. This one, when you look at him and you study him for a few minutes, he doesn't seem to be making quite as much of a fuss, as it were, as the other two. He seems a little less distraught.
Third one. I just look to him as like, can you hear me, lads? Nod one for yes, and shake for no.
All three of them nod.
Okay. Tell me, my brothers in arms, are you truly, truly men of the thief, of murder, and of the cult?
All three of them immediately shake their heads vigorously.
So I put my hand on the third one, just so I'm talking to him now. It's like, young man, who are my hand I put on your shoulder? Are you afraid of death?
He nods.
Do you fear being alive?
He pauses for a minute and almost like contemplating the question, and then shakes his head.
If my friends here were to take your life to appease this god, would you be afraid, or would you welcome the sacrifice?
He lets out this horrible, eerie noise, which is about as much as he can muster of no teeth and no tongue, and just nods.
I go to the other two. It's like, the same question to you, my friends. If we were to sacrifice you, would you fear this death, or welcome it with open arms?
Are you asking both at once?
Yes.
Yeah, they give you very much the same kind of response.
With that, I look to the others and I just say, we cannot sacrifice these men. It is not right. These men do not deserve to die.
I ask each of you this. Who among us hasn't committed murder in one sense or another? I mean, I personally am guilty of all three of these crimes, so if a life needs to be taken, then it should be mine, surely.
I am guilty of 2 of them, but I will leave you to work out which one I am not.
Sorry, it was called murder and what was the other one? Thievery?
Thief, yeah.
Barrett looks at Caloyne a bit like, and then kind of looks back at everyone else and shrugs his shoulders.
I turn to D7 and I go, D7, can I look at the dagger for a second? I just want to check something.
D7 is skeptical as to the intentions. Maris is dead against murdering these victims and have concerns that he will in some way destroy the dagger, which will make our job that much more difficult. So I'm reluctant to hand it over.
Trust me, my friend.
Sorry,
I really wish to look upon it.
Can I ask a question?
Given that we've seen
Yeah, far away.
What was the thing that was said when the dagger was picked up?
Before you kneel 3 men, a thief, a murderer, and a leader of a cult of an unknown god. Blood must be spilt. You must choose one of these men to kill. Their blood must be tasted by my blade which you hold. Only when you have murdered in my name will I let you.
Is the blood
we
of
know
one of
from
these
the
men?
previous rooms. We know from the previous rooms that there is no way to pass without completing the task set by the only way out of this are these men.
D7, did you hand Maris the dagger?
No, I'm reluctant to because I don't. This isn't going to try and destroy it with forging skills.
Seeing this reluctance, I just turned face to D7. I was like, I swear to you now, my friend, I will resolve this. I need to look at the dagger, if you will. And I hold my hand out for it.
He hesitates, but given the actions of this in saving his life, hard to resist, so he passes the blade across hill first.
Okay. Maris looks at the blade for a second. And he says a prayer. And then he says, to Lord Azrael, I make this sacrifice. And he stabs himself in the heart. And lets the blood spill onto the table.
The second the dagger makes contact with your armor, it ricochets off and causes no damage to you whatsoever.
What?
Percy's going to. Did the dagger clatter onto the floor, or is it still in Maris's hand?
No, Maris is still holding it.
Okay, I didn't get it. It's still in Maris's hand?
Yes, yeah, she's still got it, unless she chooses to drop it, of course.
Cersei's gonna. I'm going to do something real stupid right now. So Cersei's going to change back the wild shape into a boa. She's going to wild shape back into a constrictor snake. Then she's going to slither onto the altar and coil up nicely. And she's going to look at Maris.
Okay.
Lord, seeing Ezra's face, she's going to try again. It's like, I make this sacrifice to Lord Azrael. And tries to stab herself again.
The same thing happens again. You hear a booming voice echo around the room, the same voice that was heard when D7 first picked up the dagger. Because I am the Lord of Murder, not the Lord of Suicide and Self-Sacrifice.
She's going to, as Maris's hand still holds the dagger, she's going to kind of reach out and coil around his hand with the dagger. And she's going to stare into Maris's eyes.
Maris looks over to Cersei with a tear in his eye as he notices that he's failed again. And he just starts crying to Cersei. Still trying to...
Cersei pulls the hand towards her and still remains eye contact with Maris.
Varric's gonna walk up to Maris, and he's gonna put his hand on her hand, which is holding the blade, and he's gonna turn to her, look at her, and go, "Together."
Maris looks to Varric and she simply nods.
Okay, so you're going to try and use the dagger together to try and stab who?
Say again, sorry?
So you've spoken to each other. You've decided you're going to do this together. But who are you going to attack with that dagger?
Maris just looks at Varric and just implores him to do what has to be done.
Okay. Barrett's going to make a decision. And a shit one at that. Barrick will take a few moments to look over the three men, close his eyes, and dart forward, and he hits this one.
Before
I-
Varric actually darts forward, Cersei pulls the dagger towards her snake-like body, and I guess it pierces through her.
Okay, so you're going to try and pull the dagger away from Varric, who is holding it.
I'm not holding the dagger, I'm holding
Maris-
Maris's hand with the dagger in it.
So Maris
Okay,
is holding
so-
the and then
This is going to get confusing.
Okay, so just so I'm clear what's happening. Maris is holding the dagger. Varric has taken hold of Maris's arm and is lunging towards that top person who's knelt on the floor.
Yeah.
And Cersei, are you trying to take the dagger off Maris,
No,
or are you trying to throw yourself in the way of the?
no, I'm trying to pull Maris's hand with the dagger towards me instead.
Okay, in that case, can you make a strength check? And Varric, you can make a strength check as well, just to see whether Cersei manages to overpower you.
Okay. Is it just straight strength, or is it athletics, or
Straight
anything?
strength.
Okay, I had a 15 plus 3, so 18.
I got a natural 20.
Oh!
Okay, so
Nice.
Cersei manages to pull the blade away from its target and directs it towards her serpentine body. With the blade pierces into Cersei's skin, and you take 15 points of piercing damage.
Snake goes down. Does blood spill from the body?
And you also take another 6 points of necrotic damage, but if you're already down, that's fine. Your blood spills over the altar, but nothing appears to change.
I thought that'd be really cool. Okay, she goes back, and you see a tiefling kind of in between the dwarf and the furbolg.
Barrick looks
I
horrified.
approach the altar. I point over Varric's shoulder to distract him, at which point I just swipe with my stealth-like abilities to take the dagger.
While all of that is going on,
Yeah.
I'd like to try and sneak up between the three guys. Like the three on the
Okay,
floor.
right. There's some ability checks to make here. So
Yeah.
Maripos needs a stealth check. D7, I need you to make a deception check against Varric's
What am I doing?
wisdom save.
Wisdom save. Uh-oh.
21.
Varric's wisdom save.
19.
Okay, so you are distracted by D7, who manages to point over your shoulder. You're convinced there's something over in the far corner of the room. Maripos, what did you get?
19.
Okay, let's check something. Yeah, okay. You are unseen in whatever it is you're trying to.
Excellent. I'm going to just kind of get between the three men, or just like amongst them, without being seen.
Okay. So D7, you've distracted Varric. What is it you'd like to do?
Relieve Maris of the dagger.
Maris, are you going to willingly let go of the dagger, or is he going to have to wrestle it?
She's just like physically shaking with tears in her eyes, so she's just going to easily let go of it and just
Okay.
slump down onto the altar in shock.
Has anyone noticed Varys has changed sex?
I knew it.
It's a different dwarf.
You've now got the dagger. What do you do with it?
I turn to the group and I say, "Forgive me."
Okay, can I insight D7 to see which one he's going for?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, roll an insight check.
That is a 16.
D7, are you going to actively try and sort of disguise which one you're going?
Describe.
No, so are you going to tell the group which one you're going for, or are you going to try and maybe make out you're going for a different one, or try and hide your?
I'm conscious that we are waiting.
Yeah.
I'm conscious of the fact that I've already got the blood of innocence on my hands, and so one more won't make any difference to me. I'm committed to actually finishing this off. So I lunge with all my abilities as an assassin to take out one of them, whichever one would be easiest for me to get to.
Okay, so it would be the one you're next to, which Maripos, you would quite easily be able to see that's who he's going for based on his body language and the way that he's going to launch that attack.
Okay, I need you, D7, to make an intelligence saving throw.
$15.
Oh, that is bang on the DC. Which I believe means he succeeds.
Yeah. If he meets the DC, he succeeds.
Then you do not fall for it. I throw myself in front of the guy, but it looks like me.
So you've cast an illusion of yourself.
No, it is actually me. I throw myself in front of the guy, but you can see that it's me.
D7, mate, just make an attack roll using whichever stat you.
14.
Does that beat your AC, Maripos?
It does.
In that case, you deal damage to Maripos equal to 1d10 plus your dex model.
It's 15. Sorry, 13. Sorry.
Okay, so Maripos, you take 18 points of piercing damage.
Okay, is the dagger now in my chest? Or does D7 still have it?
No, he would still have it. He's skilled enough with a dagger to be able to hold on to that.
Yeah, just stab wound.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, I just dropped to the floor hurt.
At this point, Kalan is going to walk up to D7, hold out his hand, and very calmly say, "You have enough blood on your hands already. Allow me to take some for you."
I'm somewhat disturbed at the fact that I have inadvertently to point. And so I lower my head and I hand the blade.
In that case, I'm going to take the dagger from his unresisting, which I'm assuming is unresisting, and slice the throat of the nearest person.
You're going to slice the throat of the guy that is sort of
Directly above me.
there.
Yeah.
I can't see you. Well, is Maripos on top of you?
Robot is on again.
Always.
Yeah, Maripos, stop standing.
Maripos.
Okay, so you take the dagger and you hold it against the throat of this this man, and
I'm just doing it. I'm not waiting. I'm just doing it.
No. So you pull it back across his throat, slicing open his throat. With blood spills out over the floor in front of him. The booming voice echoes around the room again. It laughs and says, "You've murdered in my name, but now I will reveal to you the truth. The man you killed is not what I said. He was a father and a husband to a family in Oceanhold. However, he's died to appease me and died at your hands. The two you let live are a thief and a murderer. Still, you've killed my name, and I've killed in my name, and I've taken great pleasure in watching you injure each other. I hope that Bahamut takes pity on you for such a poor judgment." You hear a click as the door to the south opens or unlocks.
Piece of shit god.
Is the
Well, I
body
think
still there?
that went fairly well.
The bodies vanish.
The other two do disappear, but the corpse of the third man lays on the floor as a permanent reminder of the murder which you've committed.
Have I still got the dagger in my hand?
You do still have the dagger in your hand, yes.
I'm going to kneel down. I'm going to take the dead man and wipe the blade clean, and then put it in a pocket.
Okay, no problem.
R.I.P.
Another RIP.
And then I'm going to turn and walk away towards the unlocked door.
Varric at this point. Varric at this point, still distracted by whatever was behind him, is now going to walk over to the corner and start tapping on the wall and listening at it. I'm completely oblivious to what's been going on.
I'm just glad Stephen wasn't here because we absolutely would have sacrificed him.
Start bringing with us.
To be fair, we would have taken him out in the.
Yeah, we'd have sacrificed Stephen before this room.
I'm aware that it's 20 to 11. Is everyone happy?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maris is just going to be absolutely traumatized now for the next couple of rooms.
I've just realised we're in the cube.
You've only just realised?
No. It's been a creeping feeling all this time.
Okay, so Maris, you're at the door. Are you listening? Are you opening? What are you...
I'm just opening it and going straight through.
Okay, the door opens.
Ooh.
Ooh.
We'll just let
See-
everyone come into the room and then I'll tell you exactly what's in front of you.
She takes Varric by the hand with her tail and she just leads him into the room.
Varric kind of continues listening at the door and then suddenly gets pulled off and he's like, huh? And he turns as we're walking off and points back and goes, "Robot, point!"
Did somebody just giggle at the term pulled off?
Oh, half and half.
Because I'm thinking we've got a Laura Bailey 13-year-old sense of humour.
Varric still wants to go back in that room, but he's not resisting.
Okay, as you all come into this room, at the rear of the room, suspended in that blue circle and held in the air, you notice this swirling magical vortex with a figure of a man held inside it. At the foot of the energy is an ornate silver statue of a silver dragon. There are two stone benches. As you enter, another voice fills the chamber, but this time it has a much firmer tone. It is not threatening in any way. The gods and goddesses of the All Havens have seen fit to allow you to pass through our temple. You stand before me now, and I have one trial left to put to you. Before you, suspended in magical energy, is Elwyn Leofer, self-proclaimed god of Stonemire. I will permit each of you to ask one question of him, but then you must pass judgment upon him.
Okay.
What is the airspeed?
Sorry, D7, I missed that.
What is the airspeed velocity?
Wonderful.
Fantastic.
Cologne will step forward and ask one simple question. Was it worth it? And then starts walking away.
And the figure suspended in the blue magical energy turns towards you and looks at you, and you hear a voice in your mind which simply says no.
I didn't hear the last part of that.
You hear a voice in your mind which just simply says no.
I have my answer.
DM, are they yes and no questions only?
No, so you can ask whatever you want.
Okay.
I look up and ask, quick and painless, or slow and painful?
The man looks at you and says, quick and painless.
I am sheathed my weapon ready.
She steps forward just a little bit, and she looks at what's his name, Lord something, and she asks, Leofa, yeah, and she asks, who gives you the right?
And the man looks at you and says, my right comes from my birth. My blood is royalty, and I should have been permitted to rule as a...
This guy's human, right?
He's condemned.
She'll take
Make a
out.
perception check.
If I roll a natural one, it's going to be real funny.
The human hater collaboration to humans.
She's like, oh, not human. So that's 13, that's 17 altogether.
Okay, you identify him as a half-elf, although most of the physical attributes he has do tend towards him being a...
Still looks human. She takes out her scimitar and she gets ready.
So still to ask a question then is Maripos, Varric, Merus, and... That's it, isn't it?
Yeah, just those three.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maripos is going to say to him, do you truly believe that there is space for another god in the Pantheon?
Looks towards you and says, yes, there is. There's room enough for one more god to oversee the smaller towns, the mining settlements, those who get swallowed up in the massive goings-on of the ruling.
My large friend, my brother dwarf, you two have the final questions. I know what we must do, but I cannot make the decision.
Maris looks up with tears still in his eye, and he says, "You know you will die today, but do you hope to face Bahamut's embrace in your death?"
A voice appears in your mind and says, "I have already faced Bahamut's justice. If you choose to end my life, that will be the end of it. But by allowing me to live and allowing me to survive, I may go on to truly greater things."
Hearing that, I just go, "You do not deserve that right."
That just leaves Varric to ask a question.
Varric's really struggling to find the right words in common to ask his question with his limited vocabulary. So instead, and I don't know if anybody else can understand this, but we'll ask his question in Giant.
Colon will.
I know you.
Colon speaks Giant.
I don't know if this guy will understand me, but it's the only way of him being able to ask his question.
Okay, so you asked the question, Giant. Kulon obviously understands. I don't think anybody else speaks Giant.
No, sadly not.
Ooh.
Okay, ask a question.
Oh, I'm going to word this now. I'm not great with English or on the spot. He will ask, and it sounds very harsh to everybody else because no one understands it. Forgiveness is too much. You will never be a god. How does that fact make you feel?
He looks towards you in a confused manner. He clearly doesn't understand the words which have left you.
Yeah, I thought so. Never mind.
Kulon translates the question, speaks it to this man, telling him, "This was my friend's question. Answer it now."
The original voice you heard as you entered the room speaks up again. It says to you, "You have each had a chance to ask a question. I cannot allow you, Goliath, to ask a question on behalf of another being. He has the ability to speak in the language of the common tongue, but chose not to. But now you have had your chance to ask the questions, you must now pass judgment on Elwyn Leofa. If you believe that he should face the judgment of the Allhavens and should travel back with you to the village of Stonemire, where he'll face the awaiting justice, step to my left. If you believe that he should perish here with his soul bound within the walls of the Temple of the Gods, step to my right and make your choice now."
Kulon looks at his friends and steps.
What was that, Kulon? I completely missed that.
Same.
Kulon looks at his friend with a smile and steps to the left.
What's the left
Okay.
again? Sorry, I missed it.
Left is he goes back to face the judgment of his people.
The right is he
Dies
Yes.
now.
Okay.
And has his soul trapped in this temple forever.
So we're just waiting for Maripos and Varric to make their decision as to whether he travels back with you to Stonemire to face the judgment of the Allhavens, or whether he remains in the Temple of the Gods.
Varric will stand there, staring intently at this man, almost those who can see him almost see like there's cogs going around in his head, and he can't quickly enough make a decision. Looks over at Caloyne, looks over at Maris and Cersei, and then takes a step to the right and joins them.
Okay. Maripos, have you moved to one side, or are you still one?
I am still in the middle. I am, now that everyone's moved away to one side or the other, I am going to speak to Bahamut under my breath and ask him the question that I just sent you in the DM. I don't know if it's actually gone. I don't think I actually sent it.
Yeah, I do. You replied with your check, and then I did reply with that as well. So you're going to go.
Yeah, so I basically am going to ask Bahamut the question that I asked you originally.
Okay. There's complete quiet, and then the voice reverberates around the whole room for everybody to hear. And it says, "You pass judgment first, and then based on the judgment which you pass, I shall pass judgment on your body."
Oh, this got intense quick.
Yeah, it did.
You're by yourself at the moment, Caloyne.
Say that again?
You're by yourself at the moment.
I'm playing character.
Left-hand side is to take him back to the village.
Tracy's people judge this. Right, if he dies here and becomes this building.
I, as a player, know exactly what the answer is here, but
See, I as a player think I know the answer, and I as a character have based my response on his first answer.
I'm just going to make a straight intelligence check from Maripos, or possibly religion check, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's not too bad, 15. Would that allow me to work out what Bahamut's belief system is? Or to recall any information on Bahamut?
Yeah, okay, so you know or have heard that Bahamut is the god of justice and nobility, and that he is a good and just god. Yep. You also know from the time you spent in the All Havens that he is the patron god of the dragon.
Yeah. The fact that I know that he stands for justice is what I wanted, so I move to the left.
That's the right.
That's the right.
Then I move to the left. I don't want him to die here, basically.
I move up and down the room.
I thought it was to the left of the
To the left,
shrine.
to the left. Everybody is left.
To the left, to the left, to the left.
Everything you know is on the back on the left.
Oh, God.
Musical D&D, everybody.
We went to bard.
Sing along a D&D.
I'm also really tempted to get Varric to make an intelligence check for me. An intelligence saving throw.
Guys, there's the time to do it before Bahamut speaks.
Yeah, if the character would do it, do it.
Yeah, Varric, make an intelligence saving throw for me.
Now you watch me roll a natural down 20. Intelligence saving throw. Here we go.
Oh, Christ.
I rolled an 18, but unfortunately it's -1, so it's 17.
Still succeeds.
Oh, there you go.
Damn.
The one time you wanted to be stupid, he's intelligent.
So there is a bolt of flame at the bottom of the silver statue. It burns intently. Their voice echoes around the room again. You hear it say to you, "You've made your first judgment, but now I will reveal to you more information about this man who claims that he should ascend to godhood, and give you one opportunity and one opportunity only to change your mind. This man back in the village of Stonemire is hated by his people, but in his mansion lives 2 young children. If you take their father from them, they will never see him again and be without their father for the rest of their lives.
Oh no!
I have made my choice, Silver Dragon.
As have I.
Whilst that may be sad, certainly is if you parent children lose their parents.
Which way did D7 go? Because I can't see him on the map.
Complete opposite. He's here.
Hang on, maybe I haven't got the map. Oh yeah, I see him now. Sorry, the map place.
Maris looks to Bahamut and he says, I do what I believe is right, and if this must be done, I will take responsibility for their child.
I am going to try and convince the other side. Make a somewhat impassioned speech. I know that you all think that this man should die here today, but that is not the way of Bahamut. Bahamut seeks justice, and justice is that this man should be left to try to his people.
Make a persuasion roll, Maripol.
That is a 17.
Okay, Varric, Cersei, Maris, and D7 is to all make a wisdom saving throw.
Are you casting a bloody spell?
Nope. Just trying to
But
persuade you guys.
Maris and D7, you can make your save with advantage, seeing as you've already made your mind up. You're staying with.
Holy crap. I just rolled 2 natural 20s.
Jeez, wow.
You are not moving.
No, you
you're
are
definitely staying where
stoic
you are,
in your belief.
I rolled a 19, and with the wisdom, it makes it 21.
You're also staying where you are then? D7?
18.
A 2?
18.
Oh, 18.
18. Yeah, okay, that's fine. You're staying where you are. And Cersei?
Oh, I think she's just gone away, so she'll be back in a second.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. Have a quick side.
Eric's head is hurting. Also, who wrote "kill him"? Is that you, Ash?
Someone's playing Hangman now.
And I'm also not playing Hangman.
I'll go for an A.
I am going to wait for I to get back to make this roll because it could be quite important.
Yeah.
Oh god, guys, this is just so intense!
God, I wish we had
I'm
Stephen with us now.
What's happened? What did I miss? Playing tic-tac-toe.
That was me.
Okay, what's happened?
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Okay, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Okay. Wisdom.
Who's playing noughts and crosses?
15, wisdom saving. Oh, saving throw. 19.
Jeez, you've all succeeded.
So everyone succeeded. Your impassioned speech fell on dead ears there.
I liked it.
I just disappeared.
Malice is just
Oh, there he is.
Sorry, I deleted myself.
So, Varric and Cersei, you need to make a decision whether you are staying where you are or whether you want to move to the other side and see Leofor face the judgment of the All Havens based on the information that he has.
I just know that he has 2 kids at home and that the village hates him.
Yep.
Kids, do we know how old they are?
No, you don't know.
Okay. Do I know why the village hates him?
Again, you don't know.
Okay. No, Cersei believes that even without parents, kids can strive just like her. So she's gonna stay.
Okay.
Rick will pull from his backstory to answer this question. He's only here and is only a member of this group because of how dangerous his father was to him and his siblings, and what his father caused to have happen. The confrontation and the competition between his family, and to him, parents are, other than his not his mother obviously, but his father was nothing more than a liability, and in his eyes, a horrible, evil person.
Oh, same.
So finding out that this gentleman has 2 children doesn't sway him.
Okay.
Oh.
Bahamut's voice can be heard around the chamber. It was very well. You have chosen. I shall deliver your justice to this person. You see the body of Leofor float out from inside the blue magical circle, and it's suspended sort of in midair, sort of in between you all, somewhere around there. You hear an ear-piercing scream as he is pulled limb from limb, his shoulders dislocating of a sickening pop before ripping through the skin, with blood and bits of muscle and bone falling to the floor. His legs are dislocated from his body and his head is pulled clean straight off before it disappears into blue energy and forms a figure which you've seen before as you've travelled throughout this place. Well, I can find one, bear with me.
The spirits.
It's gonna merge into one big Resident Evil thing.
It forms a spirit which looks at each of you with great sadness before disappearing off into the depths of the dungeon. You hear the voice of Bahamut again, and it says, Elwyn is dead. You have faced the trials of the 13 deities of the All Havens. Now you must return to Stonemire as our emissaries to deliver the verdict to the citizens.
as your wish, my lord.
Bahamut, I have a question.
There's no response to your initial speech, but you can ask away.
This man wanted to become a god. Was there any way he could have succeeded? Or was this all just a waste of time?
Bahamut's voice once again fills the chamber. It says only one who is truly worthy and is deemed to be worthy by all 13 of the Pantheon may sit alongside us. However, it has been a great many high summers since any one of us has agreed.
Did any of us come close?
Your trials in the All Havens have just begun. Venture forth, and then who knows, maybe when our paths cross again one day, you may ascend to somewhere close to godliness.
Cologne walks back into the center of the room and turns that are standing on the right and says, I do not feel any negativity towards your decision. I understand why each of you made them. I don't think we have succeeded here. I don't think we did the right thing. And he just bows his head.
Arif will walk up to you and start speaking in giant, and will say, "We may have not done the right thing, but it doesn't matter. We did it together."
Cologne looks up at you and smiles and nods and places his hand on your shoulder and says, "You've always been my friend. You have been the one I could rely on. As I stand here, I realize there are another 4 people with me. I thank you, my friend, and I thank all of you." I do not know what we should do next.
Bahamut's voice fills the chamber once more and addresses Maripos directly. Maripos, tell me the name of your god.
She is the illustrious Sarula Ilien.
And for what does she stand?
She was betrayed by her previous pantheon. And she stands for all that is good in the world. She is
And
a
go
protector.
forth into the Old Ravens as an emissary for her. Prove her worth through your actions in our world. I shall be watching you, and I shall meet you again to pass judgment on your goddess to decide whether or not she can sit alongside our panel.
I assure you she is worthy.
The voice of Bahamut fills the chamber one last time and addresses you all. Is there anything else you wish to know before I take you back to the village?
Have we made any difference at all?
Undoubtedly. Should Lord Liv have travelled back with you to Stonemire, he would face the judgment of those that wait there. The judgment of the gods of the All Havens will be far kinder than the judgment of the people who await you at your return. Is there anything else that you want to do in the temple or with Bahamut at the moment?
Can I just ask one more question to Bahamut? Bahamut, do you happen to know if Stephen is still alive?
Tell him no, tell him no, tell him no.
Oh.
Who's Steve?
Oh, the mummy outside. The big deal guy.
Yeah, exactly, that guy.
I think that might have been Stephen dying again.
Was that?
Answers you. He says, if by Stephen you mean the man who is currently outside the temple, and while you have spent 2 to 3 days of your time maybe here, only 20 minutes or so have passed for him. He awaits your return, and when I send you back to Stonemire, I shall ensure he is sent with you.
Oh man, I thought he was going to be left outside.
Can I just say one thing? We got it wrong. Every time I was saying to Cersei, what's that Timmy strapped down the wall? It wasn't Timmy, it was Stephen.
Yeah.
Just before, one more thing.
just one.
More thing.
I turned to Bahamut and said, "My Lord Bahamut, I stand before you as a disciple of Lord Bane. Earlier, I tried to take my life in order to preserve that of 3. By your judgment, did I do the right thing? Or did I just fail myself, yourself, and Lord Bane?
You feel a calm come over you, and a voice echoes once more around the chamber. It says, Merus Anvilgrace, you acted admirably, and always in the best interest of the Pantheon. No longer shall you be deemed a follower and worshipper of only the Lord Bane, but you should be deemed as a follower, worshipper, and emissary of the whole Pantheon of the gods. You have shown respect to each of us, and for that we thank you.
And with that, another tear just falls from his eyes. And he just feels joy.
I believe your time here in the Temple of the Gods is done. I shall transport you back to Stonemire and make sure I take this Stephen, as you call him, from outside the temple and send him with you.
Do we have
Thank
to
you for your
That
work.
would be much
I hope our
appreciated.
paths cross again. With that, there's a blinding light, which completely overtakes all of your senses and all of your vision. A sense of weightlessness falls upon you, and as your sight you find yourself stood in the centre of Stonemire. Arrayed in front of you are ranks of the Dragon Guard, stood resplendent in their green stylized armour and armed with their signature double-ended spears. However, your attention is drawn to the figure stood in front of them. He stands around 6.5 feet tall, is built powerfully, and sports an alabaster white beard with long hair of the same colour which he wears into neat braids. His armour is ornately fashioned, and a billowing red cloak flaps in the mountain air breeze. You spent enough time in the All Havens to know who this is. This is Grand Commander Nicholas Armand, one of the ruling council and arguably the most powerful man in the All Havens. He stands before you, his voice like a clap of thunder, his blue eyes piercing as they look deep into your souls. He exudes power beyond measure. The people of Stonemire have told me you went to find Elwyn Leofer, and I've been informed of his intentions to ascend to godhood, an act of treason against the council, and as such I'm here to pass judgment. Did you find him?
My
We
lord,
did,
Good.
and his judgment has been dealt with.
He dead.
He runs a hand through his bearded hair and thought. Whose decision was it to end his life?
Bahamut.
You spoke of
Lord-
our Lord Bahamut?
the Lord Bahamut, in his wisdom, asked us, who made this pilgrimage to the Pantheon, as to the fate of the Lord. And it was on our decision that he made this decision. We are but the pawns to his great plan, and we as his disciples must respect his decision and his judgment.
The ice blue eyes of Lord Armand meet your eyes, Maris, and he says to you, do you mean to tell me you were tried by all 13 of the gods and goddesses and made it through their temple to stand before my Lord Bahamut, and that he judged you worthy enough to come back to Stone?
Not me, but my friends and I. We all faced great trials, great tribulations set by the Pantheon. And to this end, the Lord Bahamut gave us this choice. It may not be the choice you believe in. You might not even believe that this was the choice that was given to us. But this is how it stands.
He looks at you again and he says, I have seen as much in the depths of Gloomcrest. In my hours of meditation, I have seen Stonemire and seen Lord Leofer, which is why I came here with my army. I will send guards up to the Temple of the Gods to ensure that no person can ever step foot there again. However, there is nobody here worthy to rule at Stonemire. I need to appoint somebody to oversee such an important town. You seem to have been judged worthy by Bahamut, Merus Anvilgrace. Will you step up and lead this town?
I look to the others and I just say, I did not make that decision alone. So I ask my friends, my comrades, who I travelled with, do you believe I will do right by this town?
Absolutely, I do.
Cologne walks over, places his hands on Mercy's shoulder and says, "In the time that I have known you, Master Dwarf, you've shown me nothing but righteousness, faith, and perseverance. You have not treated the innocent wrong, nor questioned your own conviction. You would make a fine leader."
She kind of just uses her tail and pushes Maris forward a bit.
D7 approaches Maris, gets down on one knee, takes out his book and feels burst, and again pledges his loyalty.
Grand Commander Armand turns to Maris again and says, I think your friends have spoken, Maris. Will you accept the position?
On the honour of my friends and of the Pantheon, I accept, my lord.
Very well, then henceforth you shall be the Thane of Stonemire. I should inform you that Stonemire sits within the region of Oceanhold, which means you will pay fealty to Lord Yorick Wavewalker of Oceanhold itself. That is some miles to the northwest and is many hundred days' travel from here. But you sit under his jurisdiction. I will leave with my guard. You have no need for my guard here. You are more than capable of looking after this small town. With that, and without a further word, he turns and signals, and at once all the Dragon Guard turn in complete uniformity and begin to march off. For the first time, just off to the side, you see a giant griffin, which Grand Commander Armand hops onto the back of and flies up into the air, disappearing over the horizon.
Oh, that's cool.
With the Dragon
That's
Guard
pretty
leaving, the people of Stonemire, who have heard what's happened, come out towards all of you and welcome you back with open arms. You feast for the rest of the day in the glory of the Thane of Stonemire, being Maris Amblegrace. You should also all see in the journal under the handouts bit, there's a map of Stonemire,
Yeah.
which you can have a look at, and that's got some of the other locations within the village as well. But that actually officially brings us to the end of Malicious Divinity.
Ooh,
Yay!
nice.